What is going on, everybody? Welcome into the SiriusXM Fantasy Sports Radio NFL Draft live stream powered by Fantasy Alarm. I'm your host, Howard Bender, and as you can see, I've got four of the top fantasy analysts here for fantasy football sitting with me, and it is time to get it on with the NFL Draft. Allow me just to go around the room here. Bob Harris from Football Diehard, Adam Ronis from the Fantasy Alarm, Jeff Ratcliffe from Pro Football Focus, and of course, Byron Lambert from Roster Watch. Boys, it's draft day. Who's excited? Let me see some enthusiasm here. There's some smiles.
It's
Come
sports.
on.
I mean, this is the only game in town. How anticipated this draft, like so bizarre. First of all, it is the fantasy draft we've all been doing for the last 10 years is now going to go on NFL level. And I think we're all just waiting for the first time Roger Goodell has to roll back 5 picks.
Well, yeah, we'll discuss the possibilities of all the nightmares technology-wise. Byron, let me ask you a question, man. When you woke up this morning, were the birds chirping a little louder? Was the sun shining a little brighter? How are you feeling today? This is like Christmas for you, isn't it?
Indeed, it was. Very, very fired up. This is one of the days on the annual calendar where we get to kind of kick back and enjoy the fruits of all of our labors, and very, very excited to find out where all these rookies land, and then, of course, turn the page and begin analyzing the fallout from all of that and determining which rookies we're going to become excited about this season, Howard.
Love it. Jeff Ratcliffe, talk to me here. You are a number cruncher. You are sitting here looking at every possible scenario. When these guys get drafted, I know you do your instant projections. Talk to me about the blocking out the white noise today. Lots of gamesmanship going on. A lot of rumors churning here. Any of them you buying into?
No, not really. I mean, at this time of year, there's just you can't really buy into any of it because there's tons of smoke screens, and it makes a lot of sense why those smoke screens exist. I think if you're a smart fantasy player, when you get closer to your home league drafts, you do this same stuff. So I'm not buying into it. The stuff that I hear around the combine is typically what I buy into more than what I'm hearing at this time of year. But to just piggyback off of what Byron said as well, I mean, the excitement level. Here's a thought, and it's a weird thought, but it's an appropriate thought. There are guys who will be drafted in the next 3 days who in 20 years will be in the NFL Hall of Fame. There's not going to be a lot of them, but there are going to be a couple guys where that's the case for. That's super exciting.
Adam, let me hear your thoughts on this draft class. Seems very deep at wide receiver. We're hearing the quarterback battle up top is super exciting to see who finally steps up, whether it's Miami or the Chargers. How are you feeling about this draft, like in comparison to past drafts? Seem a little bit more exciting for you?
Well, definitely, I think here for day one with this wide receiver class, we know there's a lot of depth, and we could see 5, potentially 6 wide receivers go in the first round today. So that's going to be, important from a fantasy aspect. Obviously, depending on where they land, but I think it's going to give us more fantasy analysis on day one than we had last year.
That is definitely for sure. Obviously, the fantasy analysis, we kind of get into that with all the running backs who are probably going to go in the next day or so, not tonight, although maybe there's one tonight. There's definite fantasy fire that we get to dive into with at least the wide receiver position here tonight. Talk to me here, Bob, with all the smoke screens that everybody they're putting up. Talk to me here, though, about what you think. What's going to be the shock of the draft here? Somebody going to trade up for something crazy? Do you see something pretty nutso happening tonight?
I think it'll be the race for quarterbacks. It seems like it always is, and I get that. We're not as interested from a fantasy perspective, but from the NFL perspective, it's totally understandable. Look, if the blueprint is out. You get a rookie that can play. You have him on that rookie contract. You can build a ton of talent around him. Then you're going to have to pay him $30 plus $40 million a year as we go into the future, and it's going to be difficult to keep that thing going. So remember when Jared Goff was really exciting because he was cheap and the Rams could build around him. Now he's not. They can't. Dak Prescott about to be the same. They're going to bring these young guys in, and I think the starting point of that is there are not 32 starting level quarterbacks in the NFL. And so we get that churn every year and that optimism of the unknown and all the excitement, enthusiasm that goes with these guys. And every now and again, a Russell Wilson turns up and allows a team to build a little bit of a dynasty early on before the big contract hits. And that's what these teams are going to be hoping for, and they'll make moves to get them.
But you know what, Bob? There are fewer starting jobs this year than we probably have ever seen. I mean, we're going to be into a season where a guy who threw for 5,000 yards last year is not going to be a starter. I mean, this is uncharted territory. Now, granted, there are teams who are going to be fighting against each other at the top, but I can't remember a point in the history of the NFL where there's been this many competent starters in the league.
I think competent is the word, though, and is that what gets you by? And granted, I agree 100% with what you're saying. And from a fantasy perspective, I mean, there's quarterbacks down into the 20 range that I'm okay playing as my quarterback, too, as my steady Eddie, as I like to call him. Gambling, rolling the dice on some upside with some younger guys. But I do think that's that's kind of that's the cash of the NFL right now is quarterback. If you have a quarterback, you can be more competitive, and they'll battle a little bit more intensely because of that. We'll see what happens with the wide receivers. I wonder if you guys agree with this. The depth maybe drives some of them down a little bit. I know, Byron, you think a little more. We're going to see a heavy dose of linemen early, and I think that's true.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the offensive tackles are going to be one of the stories of the first round and early in the first round. And I mean, it's easy to kind of dismiss if you're on the fantasy side of things, but we shouldn't forget, man, that we prefer our fantasy players to be on teams that have good offensive lines. I mean, I can't tell you how much that's benefited my quarterbacks, and even the running backs and wide receivers in the past having quality linemen. So certainly looking for some of the teams to fortify there. And then, I mean, you mentioned it, Bob, when you talk about this wide receiver class. I mean, it really is 2014 all over again. If you guys think back, I mean, that was Sammy Watkins, Mike Evans, Odell Beckham, Brandon Cooks, Allen Robinson, Devontae Adams, Jarvis Landry, John Brown, all the way through the middle rounds. I mean, that didn't even count the guys like Jordan Matthews, Kelvin Benjamin. I mean, that's the type of class we're looking at here. Usually you get down to number 10, wide receiver 10, 15. Those are throwaway guys in your rankings. This year, there's legitimately viable players with big-time profiles in that range. So I think, to your point, Bob, it is going to push some guys down. But on the flip side, I mean, we're getting the two best wide receiver prospects since Amari Cooper in this class in the last 5 years with CeeDee Lamb and Jerry Jeudy. Jerry Jeudy probably the safest prospect in the class. CeeDee Lamb probably the best prospect in the class. So, and then you've got a guy like Justin Jefferson. That's the most in vogue wide receiver in the NFL right now, that big slot. And then, I feel like Al Davis is probably sitting up in his grave right now. The NFL's come full circle. Speed is back in style at the wide receiver position. You look at Henry Ruggs as maybe the most schematic wide receiver in this draft. So I think that pushes all those guys up. We got a deep class that's going to be historic, but we got the cachet at the top, and then the quality throughout the middle rounds of this draft.
Adam, let me ask you about the wide receivers here, because we seem to be focused on Jerry Jeudy, CeeDee Lamb, and Henry Ruggs as the top three. I know Jefferson's another name that we've been throwing in there. Is there a drop off there to you afterwards, or are you looking at guys like Jalen Reagor, maybe Michael Pittman as guys who could possibly even creep into the late? Into the point where it's going to end up pulling more wide receivers down and people waiting on them a lot more because there is that much talent.
I think there's a little bit of a drop off there, but there's still a lot of talent. I think it's going to come down to each team and what they see as the fit. There's a lot of teams that could use wide receivers, though, at the end of that first round. So I think a lot of it's going to depend on whether they feel that player can fall to them in the second round or if they have to make a trade. I think that's going to be interesting, too, is we know that the receivers is going to start to go right around. I mean, the Jets are probably going to be the key there at 11. Some people have them taking a receiver. Other people have them taking an offensive line. Does Denver get enamored and feel like they have to move up and trade up to 10 or 11 to get one of those wide receivers? So I think that's something to watch, because we know the Jerry Jeudy, CeeDee Lamb, they're going to start to go right around that area. And looking at the odds right before, it's really climbed in the favor of CeeDee Lamb. I think it was minus 190 to be the first receiver off the board right before we came on.
That is exactly where it's sat. Now, let me ask you, though. I mean, and Jeff, I'll start here with you. With enough teams that have been talking about trading up for the wide receivers, it seems like, we've got the quarterback battle up at the top. Then that next battle are teams like Denver, who we're talking about moving up to try and get themselves one of these top wideouts. The Raiders, the Jets even rumored that aspect there. What's the position that's going to end up getting pushed down further and further that you might end up seeing some real nice late first-round picks, like somebody dropping down a little further? I had some on one board I saw Isaiah Simmons dropping all the way down to like 14th, 15th pick.
I mean, that could happen. That certainly could. I mocked him at 11, so I could see him going outside the top 10. We also have to consider, what does Atlanta do? Does Atlanta try and get into the top 10? Because those two corners are not making it down to where they currently are. And if they're trying to address that position, or they go after edge, so there's some movement there. But yeah, it's going to be interesting. I think the other story here is Mekhi Becton. How far does he fall? Is this a Laramie Tunsil 2.0? Does he get to 18 to the Dolphins for a true Laramie Tunsil 2.0? I don't think he does, but that would be a whole lot of fun. The one thing, though, and we said this yesterday when we talked off air, the one thing we can be sure about, there will be a player who falls entirely too far, and he will get picked at 28 by the Baltimore Ravens.
That is always the case, isn't that? All right, who's that player? Bob Harris, who's that player that's dropping for everybody that's surprisingly?
I would tend to agree with Jeff on this. I mean, I think the knee issues are a bit of a problem, a bit of a worry. If I'm picking one of the offensive skill players, I mean, I guess it's going to be all the running backs, but it's not really a slide. I mean, DeAndre Swift, maybe has a chance to go tonight. Maybe somebody else does. But I think all of them fall down to tomorrow. I think teams are on to the whole running back situation, and we're going to see it reflected. The same kind of thing we're seeing in free agency, and we're seeing reflected in the paychecks these guys are earning. These guys not named Christian McCaffrey are earning. I think we're going to see that reflected in this draft, the way that teams value running backs, and I think those prices will go down. That's not to say we won't be interested in them as fantasy owners, because we will be. I'm still going to be drafting clear path to workload, but clearly teams don't value running backs the way that fantasy owners do, right? And so, as we look at our draft, so that's what I'm watching for, how far the running backs fall.
Byron, how about you? Who's falling there? Is Mekhi Becton going to fall down? The news of Jerry Jeudy's knee, and somebody throwing that out there. That's another angle that we can take. Who's sliding down the board here that's going to surprise everyone?
I mean, it kind of seemed like it could be Tua and Jerry Jeudy there for a little while with the medicals, but it's starting to feel like that sentiment may be evaporating. I'll tell you, I'll submit a guy here. Y'all are talking about the wide receivers and the drop off that happens after that top five guys or so. I would submit that there's a bridge guy in this wide receiver class, and that's Brandon Ayuk. I actually really, really like that player. He may get pushed to round 2, and that may be the more appropriate place for him to get drafted. But if there's a big run on wide receivers, I mean, he's a guy that if he had a little bit more of a production profile and maybe wasn't coming out, as a JUCO guy, he's a guy who could potentially have a higher ranking, especially in any other class. And then it also pushes down. I mean, we got good running backs at the top of this class, but they're all going to get pushed down. So I would say that's where some of the value is. I think Jeff mentioned it. Cornerback is very strong in this first round. So if we see quarterbacks and offensive tackles and wide receivers fly off, it's going to push the corners. And then, the last thing we've been seeing today, too, I know y'all mentioned the Ravens, is there's some chatter that the Ravens are interested in a move up for presumably a wide receiver is what we're hearing. It's interesting. They have Miles Boykin, so you wonder, would a Denzel Mims do the trick for them? If he starts to fall, is that a guy that starts to become in focus, or would they make a move all the way up, for one of the apex studs in this class? It'd be interesting to watch.
Now, there are 6 teams who don't have a first-round pick tonight. The Steelers, the Bills, the Bears. Who am I missing now? Texans are another. There's one more there. And all of a sudden, it's kind of escaping my... The Rams. There it is. See, like a group effort. It's nice socially distant group effort here. Because we're all none of us are in Las Vegas for that. I'll give you a virtual hug right around there. So 6 teams don't have a first-round draft choice. Hearing some rumors that Bill O'Brien is going to try and trade the Texans into the first round. I don't think they've got the capital in this draft to do something like that. I'll go around the room here. I'm going to go with Ronis first. Is there a team that doesn't have a first-round pick who finds their way in to this first round?
Don't put anything past Bill O'Brien. He can make some ridiculous trade tonight and give up a ton, so it could be the Texans.
All right, Deshaun Watson and his entire team. Okay. Jeff, how about you?
Is Bill O'Brien on the horn right now? Like, hey, I'll give you Cooks and David Johnson. What do you got? What do you got for me? I don't know if anybody makes the move in. I will say this though, making the move in, especially to one of the late picks, makes a whole heck of a lot of sense for a lot of these teams because you do get that 5th-year option with these players. So I think we'll see a team go in. Now, who is that team? I couldn't tell you. Could not tell you, but I do think we do see at least one make that move.
All right, Byron?
I mean, of course, it's difficult to pinpoint. I think you laid out so many teams that intuition tells you there's potentially a pretty good chance somebody does. I'd have to think you'd almost have to consider maybe it'd be a situation where if Jordan Love starts to fall, if there's somebody who needs a quarterback, I don't know if it's a team without a first rounder or one that just trades back into the first round, but usually it's going to be for somebody that's sliding to the end of that first round that somebody wants to get before everything's reset overnight. And you would think that could be somebody at a premium position, which would be quarterback or maybe one of the OTs or maybe one of the cornerbacks fall.
Bob, you handled the blueprint for everybody, saying you got to get that young quarterback, build around him there. The Steelers are a team who could be in the market for a quarterback for the future. There's a lot of rumors going around about the Patriots at 23, looking at a guy like Jordan Love. Does somebody make that move in there? Is there another quarterback in this first round that we see actually worth picking up?
I don't think so. I mean, if it's somebody, it seems like it would be the Patriots, but it just sounds like they're all in on Jarrett Stidham. If you listen to people who follow the team closely, that and I mean, there's some history to back that up. It was just a little while ago that some unknown named Tom Brady took over as their starter, and maybe Bill Belichick thinks that that's his bag and all, right? I take nobody and turn them into the best thing ever. So, there's a little bit of that going. So I don't think it'd be them. I do think that for Pittsburgh, I don't think they'd move up. I think they're waiting for Jameis Winston until things get cheap.
There you go. There's your boy, Jeff. A 5,000-yard passer just sitting there on the unemployment line right now, looking to make things happen over there. All right, let's play before we get the official word that Joe Burrow is going to end up getting taken. Waiting for this draft to start. I keep looking over here at the TV. I couldn't mount it right up here, guys. I'm sorry. I'm going to be turning.
The clock just started. They're really milking this already.
Of course they are. Why wouldn't they? Again, I want live looks into every one of these war rooms that we've got going on here. Let's play a little game called Favorite Team, Favorite Player. Who's your team going to take here? I'm going to start with, let's go with Byron here. Byron, your favorite football team, and what do you want them to do here in the first round?
Man, I have a little bit of I guess what you'd call a little bit of a sick affinity for those. I almost said Oakland Raiders, Las Vegas Raiders. So I'm praying for a snap call on a guy like CeeDee Lamb if he makes it there tonight.
All right, Jeff.
I don't have a favorite team because it's hard to choose one of your children. All 32 are amazing to me. So let's just say this. I hope the Giants don't screw it up at 4. And I hope they do take an offensive lineman, a tackle, whether it's Wills or Wirfs or whoever in that spot. I hope they go that direction this year.
All right, Adam, I know you're a Cowboys fan. You got to be freaking out with Jerry all by himself here with the final say in what goes down with this draft. What's Jerry going to do?
Yeah, I don't know. This is a wild card, but I definitely want them to address the defense. They obviously lost Byron Jones at corner, so I don't know if they'll be a good enough corner there by the time they pick. If not, defensive end, they need a pass rusher. So I definitely want to see something on the defense. I know they could use a slot wide receiver, but I don't think that's the most pressing need. I think they need to address the defense.
How about you, Bob? You gonna man up with a choice of a team here? Or are you gonna sit on the fence like Ratcliffe?
I hate them all equally, so I'll just go ahead with the team that everyone hates the most, New England Patriots. Look, if Tua starts to fall, would it surprise anybody if the Patriots are the ones who make a little effort? Whatever it is, don't pick Cole Kmet, Patriots. I will hate you more.
Oh, there you go. All right, I'm a Jets fan, guys. Listen, I gotta say this: if Andrew Thomas is there, I want him. I'll take Mekhi Becton and not worry about the drug test. Are we really worried about the drug test here? I mean, what was it? Have we figured out what it was? Is it weed? Is it steroids? Anybody get that? Because I'll tell you what, if it's weed with the NFL's policies right now, I think I'm good. I need that offensive tackle, please, dear Lord Jets. Don't botch this pick. Don't botch this pick. Are they going to botch this pick, guys? Are they going to brew it? Who's going to screw the pooch in this
You
draft?
certainly sound like you're not worried about the drug test, Howard. I'll tell you what. I heard Bruce Gradkowski on NFL radio today, and he had a great question asked to him by a Jets fan. Would you rather see Jets go for one of the premier offensive tackles or go for the best wide receiver in the class if he makes it there? And he said, man, that's a really, really difficult decision. But, I think as the quarterback, you want that offensive tackle, man. You want to be protected. And that's the way that you're going to, have the best development as a young player in this league. And you can get more wide receivers, but you can't ever recover that health once it's been taken away from you from a beating like maybe we saw out of a guy like Andrew Luck or other players in recent years.
Yeah. You guys got any fears of GM Jeff? You got any fears that somebody's going to screw things up here today?
I think there's a few teams who could screw things up. I tell you, the one team I don't want to screw up, though, is Miami, because I really do buy into Brian Flores. I mean, you go into last year, this is a team that everybody said, oh, they're gonna tank. They're gonna tank for Tua. They're gonna lose every game. Nope. They played their butts off for Brian Flores. They made the proverbial shine with that roster, and now they have 3 first-round. They're loaded in this draft, but 3 first-round picks where you can address some key areas almost to the point of luxury. I'm curious with that 26 pick, though, if they actually do go luxury with a running back. If they're able to really nail the first 2, maybe they do, but they have so many needs. I'm just crossing my fingers because I really want to see that organization under Flores flourish.
Now, we've got a great situation for Miami here, right? I mean, they've also got 2 top 10 picks in the second round as well.
Yep.
So, I mean, as far as how bad could they actually botch it knowing what they've got? I mean, listen, I didn't buy into any of this. They were going to, wrangle. They were going to pick up the 3rd round pick and package that up with the 5th rounder and try and get the Joe Burrow pick. But, I mean, this is some serious draft capital. I just don't know. I mean, is it really? Are they going to have to trade it up to the 3rd pick there to land Tua if they want? Do they want Tua? Or what's the deal with Herbert? Byron, you got a confused look on your face, so you must be worried about that too.
Well, I think it's interesting because I think back to the Raiders last year who had so many picks early in the draft. They had the 3 first-rounders. And, part of you wonders, will Miami deploy the same strategy and exercise all 3 of those first-round draft picks? Or when you have that many picks, it's like you said, it's almost a luxury, almost an oversupply. I mean, you start thinking, is it worth trading, some of those maybe for some future, even better picks in the future that, gives you some viability here instead of just trying to absorb all those new players this year. To the flip side, it's hard to exercise all those picks. It's not if you're not going to trade out, for some future picks with 1 or 2 of those, why not package it, move up, and go get the quarterback?
Adam, can Miami blow this, or they're just sitting too pretty right now?
I mean, any team can blow it. I mean, if you pick the wrong players, and we've seen many teams mess it up, so they certainly can. But they are in a good spot with all the draft capital they have, and we knew that. We saw what they were doing the last year or so and accumulating all these draft picks, and it made sense. Now they just have to put the plan in place and select the right guys, and we'll get a better idea after today if they keep all of their 3 first-round picks.
Now, Bob, speaking of the right guy, they say the pick is in for Cincinnati. Joe Burrow is the expected name here. They keep focusing in on him. I see they keep doing an American Idol going back to his hometown all of a sudden here with all these stories. Is Joe Burrow the right guy?
Probably yes. I mean, again, we go back to the talk about quarterbacks and, getting the right guy early. Look, I think it's fair to take a shot at a quarterback when you're the Cincinnati Bengals, especially one who fared really well against premium quality, against the top 10 scoring defenses. He threw an average of 368 yards. So, I mean, he fared well in big games. I can't see him going any other way, and I'm waiting to see what it is as they don't go any other way. We had already heard they were sending a jersey out. So, yeah, they are picking Joe Burrow. So, look, it is the right pick for them. I don't see how they could have gone another way, and we'll see if they, we'll see what Joe Dalton or Andy Dalton does sticking around. This is one of the problems for me for this whole draft is it's going to be a weird offseason, right? We look at rookies coming in. We try to gauge what they're doing in the rookie mini camps, OTAs, mini camps, training camp. We're going to have a hard time seeing any of that. And I think it's going to make a little bit of a difference. That's why I think that from a fantasy perspective, the running backs are going to remain the premium because you're going to point them and hand them the football and hope for the best. Some of these other guys are going to struggle a little bit to pick up schemes, etc.
Now, we've already had our first blown prop bet of the draft, and it's right there on the first pick. Did anybody see Joe Burrow hug the mom or the dad next to him? I just see him with his headset on. They're making that announcement. What happens there? Is that a no bet there, Ronis? Do I lose my money? He didn't hug nobody.
He lost it. He didn't hug anyone.
What kind of a cold, unfeeling son of a bee is that?
There's no drama. He knew he was going one.
Does he have a cigar?
No, I don't even see it. They're just showing highlights of him now. Jeff, is this acceptable? This, to me, all of a sudden now, all the hype, all the pomp, all the circumstance of this, virtual draft is now, it's crushing my soul because Joe Burrow is a cold, unfeeling guy.
I don't think that is Joe Burrow whatsoever. I actually was fortunate enough to meet Joe right after he won the Heisman. And he comes in, he's the Heisman Trophy winner. He's going to go on national TV in 2 minutes. And he looks at the room and he goes, "Can I get one of those donuts?" This is just Joe Burrow. This is the way he is. The guy is nothing but class. He is cool as a cucumber. Nothing is too big for him. And he is probably sitting here like he has his entire life with his family, not realizing the gravity of everything. I don't think he kind of gets how amazing he is. And I have no issue with that whatsoever. That's Joe Burrow in a nutshell. And that's actually a good thing for the Cincinnati Bengals because he's going to be a darn good leader for the team.
All right, let's hit this from a fantasy standpoint here. Byron, I'll start with you. Joe Burrow, is he going to start right from day one? We're still not sure. Andy Dalton is still there. We'll see what happens with him. But, I mean, really the question is when you look at a guy like Joe Burrow, you can't draft this kid as your first quarterback. But I mean, to have him as a second QB, take him in the tail end of the round of your draft, might not actually be too bad as the season wanes on, is it?
I mean, it's pretty simple, Howard. Joe Burrow is the best quarterback prospect since Andrew Luck, and he should be treated accordingly. Now, you obviously should have concerns anytime the Bengals are involved in the equation, but you like the weapons that he has there. I mean, you got Tyler Boyd, you got A.J. Green, you got Joe Mixon. John Ross started to show, when he was healthy, he could do something last year. And then I think Zach Taylor is a guy that maybe we can have a little bit of faith in the type of offense that he could build there. So, I think you look at Joe Burrow as similar to how you looked at an Andrew Luck when he came into the league, which is you're not going to draft him as your QB1, but by the end of that year, in 2012, like Andrew Luck was a very startable fantasy player in a pinch or, circumstantially in the right matchups.
With the addition now, you've got Joe Burrow under center. You've got A.J. Green, who was franchised, Tyler Boyd. We've seen what's going on here. Drew Sample is an up-and-coming tight end. Does this inspire Cincinnati to make a faster move, worried about the possibility of Joe Mixon holding out, which we've now seen with several players. This happens, and Joe Mixon kind of said that. Jeff, I see you squirming there. Joe Mixon, do I not draft him in the late first in fear of a holdout?
I'm squirming because I don't know what everybody is thinking with A.J. Green. I mean, A.J. Green is a guy who's missed significant time in 3 of the last 4 years and will be 32 years old when the season starts. I know he has the Coke Pepsi name brand recognition, but I think A.J. Green in home leagues, if you're watching this feed right now, do yourself a favor. Let somebody else make that mistake. Regarding Mixon, though, this is going to be the new norm, unfortunately, for running backs because actually Mike Renner at PFF tweeted this out about the McCaffrey contract. The Panthers could have let him play out this year, given him the 5th-year option, then tagged him the next 2 seasons, and it still probably would have been under $50 million, which is $14 million less than what they're going to pay him. So we're going to see teams start to do that, and we're going to start to see more running backs hold out. So it is going to be the new normal. And unfortunately, yes, I do think that Joe Mixon this year could be the, Zeke or even worse, Melvin Gordon of last year for fantasy purposes.
What a nightmare. Well,
why would you even say that? That's horrible.
And what a shift that's been too, because at the end of the season last year, there was a lot of sharp folks were looking ahead saying, well, with the type of season Joe Mixon had, that he could be of value in 2020, but this brings an entirely different dynamic to the mix. I think it's a great point. You don't want a Joe Mixon coming off a holdout in that situation.
No, you'd like to see them get that squared away, but again, with a rookie quarterback, who would be his best friend, a strong rushing attack, and we saw last year how whatever criticism we have of Zach Taylor, you saw them make offensive adjustments in the way they were using Mixon, the play calling that allowed him to be way more effective down the stretch than he was early in the season. And I guess the optimist in me would like to see that continue, and maybe with a rookie quarterback who's not as well versed in the scheme because of the offseason, the weird offseason, maybe that works in Mixon's favor if they get everything squared away with him.
Adam, you think that that ends up deterring a lot of people from Joe Mixon? I mean, let's face facts. Zeke didn't have a great year. Lev Bell was horrible, with the holdout, and really cost fantasy owners. Melvin Gordon cost fantasy owners. Would this deter you? Do you think that this is something that Cincinnati's going to kind of hustle it up on?
Well, here's the thing. I mean, a lot of people are going to be drafting now. I mean, best balls, there's an appetite for it. People are already doing it, and they're going to do it a lot more this weekend and next week. From what I've seen so far, he really hasn't fallen far yet. Maybe he was going 7, and maybe he's going a couple spots later. So I think a lot of people who are drafting now, they're not thinking ahead. They're like, you know what? It's not a big deal. They'll figure this out. So I don't see him dropping a lot right now. Obviously, as we get closer to the season and we have more news on it, it'll be a different story. But I think people who are drafting now are not really pushing him down. But you have to look at it. Yeah, we all do a ton of best balls, and we want to invest everywhere. But you want a very high floor from your first round pick. And if you have Mixon in the same area of some other running backs or receivers, why risk it at that point? It might turn out that it works out and he's there day one, but why would you risk it now if you have some other players in a similar range that that has a high floor and there's no risk of them holding out? Because the fact that it was already brought up now, especially in this time, there has to be some truth to it. And, you can't really blame him. And he's making a shade over $1 million. I see both sides of the running back argument. I feel like they do deserve to get paid. But we see so many teams bring in different running backs and they get the job done. So I see both sides of the argument, but I can understand Mixon's point of view.
And the Bengals are the cheapest organization in the league. I mean, let's just face it here. I mean, and I know we've seen buyer's remorse with the big running back contracts that are gone out. It just feels like there's a trend. GMs aren't going to get bent over the barrel on these running backs anymore. It would actually be a very interesting narrative to see if the Bengals maybe try to re-leverage Mixon by taking advantage of some of the quality running back depth in the middle or later rounds, adding a guy to hedge.
Now, the number 2 pick, it's been announced officially. The Washington Redskins don't screw things up. So Mazel Tov Dan Snyder on that. Chase Young comes in as the pick. Now, hairstyles aside, because he looks like something out of like a Predator sequel, Chase Young, what kind of an impact can he have right from the start here on this Washington defense? Who wants to start it off? Well, Bob wanted to start off, but he's actually broken his microphone, apparently.
I'll go for it.
I didn't break my microphone, but I think something Jeff said when
too busy going tickety.
Yeah, I'm watching everything. But Jeff mentioned when we started this broadcast that some of these guys are going to be wearing gold jackets at some point, and Chase Young seems like he has as good a chance as anyone of this group to do that.
Jeff, thoughts on Chase?
He's right on par. He's right on par with the Bosas in terms of instant impact. And you have a defensive-minded head coach, so it makes a lot of sense there. I want to go back to something that was said a few minutes ago, though. Melvin Gordon, was he really a letdown last year? Because after he returned, he was the number 10 running back from week 5 on, and that's split and work with Austin Eckler. So I think that's something we'll need to consider with Mixon. Like, what sense do we get with Mixon? Is it going to be a Zeke holdout where he holds out through maybe part of the preseason, or is it going to be something that stretches into the season? Because there's potentially, and this is the contrarian in me, the opportunity to get Mixon out of value. You know, when everybody else is fearful, we could potentially be greedy with Mixon because, man, was he good once they started to feed him the rock down the stretch.
Yeah, absolutely. Looked fantastic. Definitely down the stretch. Helped out a number of fantasy teams. Lions have a little less than 3 minutes here. What's the general consensus? Trade or no trade? I'll start with Byron.
I mean, it seems like they're in desperate need of help on the defensive side. So I know everybody's talking cornerback here. That's considered a premium position. So I think at this point we've got, we've still got a few quarterbacks on the board. So maybe Miami just holds tight here. I think Detroit we'll see. Maybe they just take the cornerback. I know Jeffrey Okudah has been the player that has been mocked to them most frequently.
All right. I see nods from Bob and Jeff. Bob, you say the same thing?
Totally
Detroit
agree.
Stays right there?
Stay right there, and Okudah's the guy.
All right. Jeff?
I want to see a trade. Let's
Me
go.
too.
LFG. Let's get a trade going here. Come on, Chargers. Come on, Dolphins. Let's duke it out.
Right.
Let's get a trade. Hey, I know Detroit's watching this feed right now. All right, Patricia, you listening to me? They're going to be there at 5 or 6. All right, Okudah or Brown, they'll be there. Just trade. This will be great.
Well, here's the thing. The Giants aren't taking a quarterback. I mean, as much as they've tried to lie about Justin Herbert and their love for him, it's just totally preposterous rumors they've been floating. So, I mean, I think you just force Detroit's hand here, and then you're going to have a couple quarterbacks sitting there while New York's on the clock. If somebody tries to jump you, you're still in pretty good shape. So
they're not trading.
Yeah,
They're not.
The pick is in.
The pick is in.
Yeah.
The pick is in. And are we all just assuming that it's Okudah? Like, you let Darius Slay go and you bring in Okudah?
Yeah, Derek Brown seems like a reasonable pivot if that's the case.
Sure.
Is there a world where they take Tua and try to trade Stafford? I mean, maybe in an alternate reality that would work. But that's maybe a little bit too far off the deep end.
I want to go off the deep end with
beautiful.
this here.
Right?
Seriously. Again, it's the only game in town. What are we all going to just hope for Monday Night Raw? No. Sorry. That's just not my bag. Give me some football. Give me some good drama here. Because so far, yeah, it has been. I mean, listen, we expected it to be Burrow and Chase Young. I think we all were pretty much of that mindset. Now we want to see it get a little crazy. Patricia's got some, poop-eating grin on his face. Like, I know more. And here it comes. The selection is... Who's first? Who's got it? Not me. I can't read his lips. And it's Okudah. All right, so biggest yawn in the world here right now, this draft. We're 3 picks in. There's no excitement.
I don't know if there's, look, it's... Again, the only game in town. I'm plenty excited. I'm just going to get more excited when it starts getting weirder.
I guess everyone was anticipating something wild. They were anticipating a screw-up, a technical difficulty, a lot of trades. And I guess because it didn't happen, because I think this is where the key spot was, where we figured if it could be a trade-up and it didn't happen. Right. But we still have time, man.
But now this is super exciting because now we potentially have a situation where Miami's going to have their pick
of
the quarterbacks here.
And also,
so not only are they going to take a quarterback, let's see which one it's going to be. And if they pass on both, that's just that's a whole other, that'll blow your hair back.
We've all been sitting here for how long every day listening to all the tall tales that are being spun by everybody. And we do this a lot and we know not to believe them, yet still in the back of our minds we go, oh yeah, that'd be kind of cool. Even though we know it's not likely to happen. And here we are. And I do think this is, the setup with Miami and LA. Maybe this whole thing just falls exactly how it's supposed to fall.
Well, that's the thing. It's like betting the over. Like, people bet the over because that's what they want to see.
Right.
Not because of what's really going to happen here. So, I mean, we can look at it right now. Giants have 6.5 minutes. There doesn't seem to be any need to negotiate to make any kind of a move up. Are we all assuming that it's going to be Wirfs? Is this the Giants pick?
They've
or
got
Wills.
to.
I mean, let's not forget Joe Judge. He has the connection with Belichick, Saban, Alabama. I mean, a little bit of connecting the dots there. And I don't think there's a standout top tackle, so it could be Wills as well.
Yeah.
Okay, well, give me a raise of your hand if it's Wirfs.
I think it's worse with that. He ran that 4.85. That seemed to have gotten people real excited. A little bit of a longer.
Three of the tight ends. I mean,
a little bit of a longer player too than maybe the kid from Alabama.
Played both sides too, right?
Either way, and when it comes to fantasy, and you're talking about guys like Daniel Jones and Saquon Barkley and Evan Ingram, apparently potentially Darius Slayton. I mean, you really want to see that team enhance and fortify the offensive line.
Adam, do we have any in-game betting and in-draft betting going on right now? Because not only, listen, I expect the Giants to take themselves their offensive lineman here, but then there's the old question: was it strictly a tank for Tua, or was the Justin Herbert talk enough to make it a reality here? I'd like to know what the pick is.
Yeah, I think obviously the Giants are definitely going here with a tackle. I think it's going to be worse, and then I think Miami goes with Tua. I think they were putting a lot of smoke out there, and I think they wound up taking Tua.
I agree.
Or do they play chicken with the draft and take somebody like Thomas in that spot?
Then see if he falls.
And then hope
see who falls.
Yeah.
Man.
We've all been there. Let's be honest. From a fantasy standpoint, every single one of us here has done that at one point. We're like, I could take him here, but I'm going to see if he comes back around the next round. They could very well do that.
So
I did that the other day. It didn't work.
Right, but if you look at the institutional memory, I mean, I know none of the players, none of the people making the decisions now, but you think back to Drew Brees, there has to be some institutional memory there. And they're thinking if Tua's their guy, if they think he's that guy, the left-handed Drew Brees, why would they not? And by the way, the over I've already hit on knocking my microphone into my coffee over my keyboard is a 7, and I'm at 8.
Well, there we go. So we've got our first technical glitch of the night, and it's Bob Harris. I did not have Bob as mine. I actually had Adam Ronis as my first tech.
Wait a second.
Yeah, Ronis was the chalk.
You froze twice during the test. Come on.
Yeah, I did that. I did that for the odds because I got money on myself.
Well, that's all right. Fantasy Alarm we've got a draft conversation, like a draft contest going for the whole thing, and the first prop on top is Will Bender drink a Red Bull on camera for the live stream. And I've been trying to give everybody the information for all that. I'm like, I haven't had a Red Bull in 5 days. You know what? There ain't none here now. There ain't none here now. All right, so here you go. It's minus 160 for Tua, plus 110 for Justin Herbert as the second quarterback drafted. So I think everybody's kind of leaning on the Tua. Would you dare, Jeff, would you even remotely try to play chicken with the draft like that and see if he were to come back? I think that's an impossibility.
I don't think it's an impossibility with NFL executives because we do see with some of those guys that there's the smartest guy in the room syndrome. So I don't think it's impossible. Do I think it happens? No, but I'm not going to put it past anybody out there. And it's ultimately the question of how do they view the offensive linemen on their board? Do they actually have them higher than the quarterbacks on their board? And if they do, typically the teams are going to go with their board. So we'll see here. There's some nice offensive linemen who are still going to be available.
So as much as we all think we're that much smarter than Dave Gettleman, is it easy now to argue that he may, the right approach is go get your guy if you have your guy. So, this depends on who Miami's guy is. But, if you have that quarterback in your sights, why do you not go after him? And I know Dave Gettleman, Brandon Beane tells us he's much smarter than we think he is. We'll see. Jury's still out.
The jury's definitely still out. Although, come on. Nobody, we all bought into that smoke screen of Justin Herbert homework.
I think he had the wired mic or the wired mouse though, and I think it might be having an issue because it's a long wait here. They've been on the clock a while.
This clock is ticking down. Giants have 2 minutes right now to make their pick. Again, this should be interesting. So far now, listen, not a lot of movement here. What's the next pick on the board that we're looking at where there could be significant movement? It's not going to be here with the Giants, we doubt, and Miami's not going to trade theirs.
A lot of talk about the Jaguars. If depending on what happens, I believe 0 of what I've heard, but they'd be an interesting team to watch if let's say the Dolphins do go a direction other than quarterback.
Dolphins, okay, all right. I can't see them doing that. What about What about the Panthers? Panthers been rumored to be trading out of that number 7 spot. Is that a possibility for them? I look at a guy like an Isaiah Simmons, who I mentioned earlier before. I mean, with Luke Kuechly gone, I understand that there's the problem with Simmons. Is he a safety? Is he a linebacker? Which way? The Panthers be the team that drops the ball here and moves back a little bit further.
And it's not only him, it's James Bradbury as well. So they could be in the mix for a corner. And we talked about it. Byron mentioned it earlier. There's a lot of corners in this first round. If you traded back to say, I don't know, 16, that might make sense. That could possibly work. I'm excited for Carolina just in general. I'm a Matt Rule guy, not just because of my Temple connections, but I just buy into his entire vibe. And, of course, Brady coming in. What is this offense going to even look like? I'm really excited about the potential. Them moving back and maybe accumulating a little bit more capital, I think that would be fun. And it wouldn't be a shocker at all.
When I look at the Panthers, I kind of think of all the connections we're seeing, in their offseason moves, which, again, in the weird offseason seems like a wise move. The Brady-Bridgewater connection, Rule going out and getting Anderson, among the other things they've done. There's some some lower-level players that they've also pulled in. But I do think that those kind of things are going to be important, and what kind of offense we see, maybe a short passing game with some of these short area stars they have in McCaffrey and DJ Moore seems like a wise approach.
Byron, let me ask you, how many legs do you think the possibility of the Trent Williams trade with Washington? I knew they weren't going to give up that second pick, but Cleveland is sitting there in a spot at 10 where I look at them and say that's offensive line need right there. If they do grab a guy like Trent Williams, does it make sense for them to trade out, or you think they go with a different angle?
Well, I mean, you mean out of the number 10 spot? It seems like it could be. I guess you're not going to give up a 1 for Trent potentially, but I don't know. I mean, if you're the Redskins, you're certainly asking for that. I don't know. It's a precarious situation. If you drafted Trent Williams in the first round, it'd be one of the best 3 or 4 picks in the round probably if you're able to trade for him. So I mean, that'd be like drafting one of the best players. Certainly the Browns could go for it there. So I would love to see that move. It doesn't make any sense that's not a tenable situation in Washington any longer. So I would love to see that trade.
All right. Okay. Adam, how about you? We're sitting here. Well, Giants pick is officially in. There we go. We can watch Roger Goodell and
Andrew Thomas.
And there it is, Andrew Thomas. So we thought Tristan Wirfs. Adam, is Thomas the better offensive lineman for you?
Well, I'm not an offensive line guru here. So, I mean, look, we got a lot of good guys up top. So it was going to come down to Wirfs, Thomas, or Willis. So they went with Thomas, and, they're going to upgrade the offensive line. And as Byron alluded to before, that's what we want. We got a lot of good weapons there for the Giants on offense that we're going to be taking in our fantasy leagues, and we needed to see that offensive line get a boost.
Yeah, you can play either side, right, Jeff? I mean,
yep. And he has long arms too, so that may have been what Gettleman was looking at here.
All right. Well, I mean, listen, Cleveland was very, very high on Thomas, and everybody had Wirfs going to the Giants here, so maybe that does inspire some trade talk. Does Cleveland trade back down a little further? Do they give the Falcons that chance to trade up and maybe get themselves C.J. Henderson, which is something that's been rumored for a while as well.
Interesting note here, Ian Rappaport's reporting if the Dolphins had traded up for a tackle, that Thomas would have been their guy. So here we go with so now heading for the quarterback pick. Hopefully.
Right? See, here's the excitement.
That's presumptuous, Bob.
Yes, I am presumptuous. I'm old. I'm allowed to do that. I don't have a lot of time left. Let's move.
We don't have a lot of time left. So, all right. Well, I mean, listen, we're cruising through here. Miami on the clock. I think the most exciting thing that we've seen is that it was Thomas and not Wirfs. We're all of the mindset that it's going to be Tua. I don't think anybody here thinks it's going to be Herbert. No? Yes? No?
I don't.
Yeah, me neither.
I'm of the mindset that more often than not, these draft seasons come full circle. It's a flat circle most of the time, man. Those guys that you knew were the best picks a few months ago, and then you've had, your head has been filled with, so much subterfuge along the way. Everybody gets nitpicked to pieces, and in the end, most of the time, you end up coming back to the guys who've been the premier prospects from the outset. So this is the most exciting. Hey, this is what we're fired up about. This is the most exciting pick of the draft. I mean, this is the biggest thing that's happened yet tonight, right here, right, Howard?
Did you guys just see, right now. Gentleman all by himself
with a mask? I was going to say that
with a mask. Like, what is that? Is he that dumb? Is he that dumb?
Apparently so.
Come on. Like, full-on mask in this ginormous room by him's lonesome.
It's not a Laramie Tunsil mask, you're saying?
See, it'd be a whole lot cooler if it was, Bob. You know it. Oh, man. This is going to be a...
Twitter loves the mask. I'll say that.
Twitter definitely loves
be trending tonight for something.
What are the chances, gentlemen, that this draft just goes as is, right? Nobody's moving up. Nobody gets some, no rumors. San Francisco keeps their 2 picks where they're at. My goodness here.
Someone will do something, but I mean, honestly, just the vanilla draft seems like most likely, especially, everyone in unusual circumstances. And, you've heard a lot of buzz from people who, the GM type saying, look, we're not sitting around at the same workouts, talking each other into picking the same guys. Maybe we'll see some interesting picks, but I think in general, it's going to be people playing it relatively safe. Because they're not in their, they're not in their regular comfort zone, like none of us are, right? We're all a little bit out of sorts, in our everyday life. I'm sure they are in their work life too.
Well, not the fantasy industry.
This is true.
This is usual for us.
This is the norm.
I've been social distancing for 27 years. It's working out well for them.
Like, how come these guys aren't on My Fantasy League or RT Sports right now?
I wondered that.
Like,
isn't they have ADP?
I'm getting really disappointed because I was really hoping we'd get to that point where they had to roll it back 5 picks, and I don't think it's going to happen.
I mean, you have to imagine that some of these teams are bored. Their boards are smaller this year, or at least their quote unquote their guys has to be a smaller pool because they didn't get the interviews, they didn't get the medicals, they didn't get the pro days. There's only been so many of these guys that they've been able to meet with. I mean, I think being the Senior Bowlers, I expect them to get a boost this year just from the interactions they were able to have before the draft season went totally haywire. So it kind of feels like teams know who their guys are, probably going to play it a little safer to just try to get those guys. And then maybe when those smaller player pools start to run dry, maybe then you see some teams starting to bail and round 2 or late round 2 try to trade out once they see their guys have flown off the board.
Think back to last year, even we mentioned that Cleveland pick. Why was everyone surprised by Cleveland? Because Mayock wasn't on television talking about it every day, and we're seeing the same thing. All these people are isolated, and maybe had we seen Mayock every day, he would have been talking them up, and we would have seen it all differently. Maybe these guys all not sitting around at the same workouts, talking about the same players. Maybe we'll see, maybe that'll cause some of those issues. And I do agree with Byron. It'll be a narrower board for everybody.
Well, does that mean, let's look at fantasy mirroring reality here in the sense that, is that going to increase the value of some of the later round picks that we're going to see in the draft, 3rd, 4th, 5th round, where all of a sudden, because maybe the guy had a bad combine, maybe there was a medical condition that people were worrying about, whatever the case may be, if they haven't been able to do their due diligence, maybe that opens things up a lot more for the later rounds.
I think that's an excellent point, especially with the depth here, Howard. The only thing that concerns me is we just have so much data that shows, where these players are drafted directly correlates to the success they have in the league and as fantasy players. And not so much because it's an indictment of the quality of those players. It's just they don't get the opportunities, the guys that are drafted late. And so that concerns you, even when some of these really good players that we've all studied so hard on, they fall and you think they're just an unbelievable draft value. Sometimes they just get pigeonholed into a spot on the roster where it's hard to come out of the gate fast in their career. And then, sometimes that's just difficult to recover from.
Well, here we go. The moment of truth.
It's
the Miami Dolphin pick is in.
I know who it is.
Tua. Oh, Bob, you're moving so fast here. Talk to us.
They're tanked for Tua.
No way. I'm shocked.
All right.
Oh, look at that. Everybody's in their Hawaiian gear there.
Woo!
So far here, this is the second biggest gathering. Did anybody count the number of people hanging out with Chase Young? I do believe it was less than 10. No, anybody really?
They didn't see it.
I gotta rewind on the old
Tom
DVR
Brady there?
here.
Because it turns out he's everywhere he's not supposed to be.
All right, here it comes. Tua is in. So he was minus 160 as the second QB drafted. He was plus 150 as the 5th overall pick. And that's where it sits for right now here. Does this mean that Justin Herbert is the next guy off the board?
Maybe so.
I mean, it almost certainly has to.
Certainly?
We're about to find out if Anthony Lynn really believes that Tyrod Taylor is a long-term solution to the quarterback like he's been floating all offseason. And we'll find out how much pull he has if that even is true. I mean, this is Tom Telesco's decision. His career at this point, his job hinges on that team getting the quarterback situation straightened out. And, they still need to improve the offensive line, but you only get so many shots at high-end quarterback prospect. You got to think Telesco's thinking about taking a swing here. Jeff,
what do you think? Is Justin Herbert the automatic?
I don't know if it's the automatic. And I did see a lot of people starting to adjust mocks in the last couple of days to move him down further and further and further. The challenge with Herbert is, from a class standpoint, he's just not in the same territory as Burrow or Tua. Those two guys, for me, really are neck and neck. There's not much that separates them. Of course, Burrow's coming off this amazing season. Well, let's not forget, Tua had an amazing season the year before and was having a pretty darn good one as well. And they had loaded talent around them. Of course, that helps. But with Herbert, did we ever really see that? I mean, he looks the part, and he's certainly better than everybody else.
Right? We saw flashes of it, but we didn't see the extended, version of it.
Exactly. So is he a slam dunk here as the next guy off the board, or do you look in another direction? There's a lot of interesting names, so I wouldn't surprise me if they passed up on it because let's face it. I mean, the Tyrod Taylor thing I think is smoke and mirrors, but could you go after Cam Newton after his price comes down after the draft? That's certainly in the mix.
Definitely. That's definitely in the mix. Adam, what do you think? Does it did the Chargers, who had been linked to Cam Newton throughout the offseason, is that a possibility here?
I mean, I think it is, but there is a good chance they take Herbert. We know how some GMs and NFL personnel are they love that big quarterback with the size. He didn't really improve through the years in Oregon, but if they think he's the guy, I mean, they could still start Taylor for this year and let Herbert sit and have him start next year, especially with the potentially abbreviated training camp, no OTAs, no mini camps. I mean, that might become more realistic for a lot of these quarterbacks.
All right. Well, we've got about 4 minutes to go before the Chargers make their way into it. You gentlemen have a radio broadcast that I think you're going to have to get to. Am I correct in that assumption?
Perhaps so.
Perhaps so. So I'll tell you what. As we sit here and we wait for the Chargers to make their pick, we pretty much are speculating the Herbert situation. So this is a perfect time for us to take a little break. You can tune into SiriusXM Fantasy Sports Radio if you want to hear more of Jeff, more of Byron, more of Bob. Adam and I are going to stick around here. We also have Justin Fensterman and John Impemba coming up next on a live stream as well. So NFL Draft, baby. Enjoy it here. I'm Howard Bender, and we'll be back in just a few.
Having a good time hanging with all of you here on FantasyAlarm.com and the SiriusXM Fantasy Sports Radio stream for the NFL Draft. Justin Fensterman and John and Pemba with you. What's going on, John? How's everything? Any surprises thus far from the first 6 picks that we have?
I mean, I think for me, the biggest surprise was the fact that nobody traded up to the number 3, that the Lions were not able to trade out of the number 3 pick. I mean, that was the hottest topic leading into the draft, was that the Lions were fielding so many calls of teams trying to move up, possibly to get, Tua, maybe getting Justin Herbert. We heard even up into leading into the final minutes of the draft that the Jaguars were supposedly making phone calls for. So for a team like the Detroit Lions that had so many holes to fill, the fact that they could have just traded back a few picks, probably still could have gotten cornerback Jeff Okudah, who they took at that number 3 overall pick, and acquired more draft capital. To me, that's probably the biggest surprise of the draft so far. How about for you? What's the biggest surprise for you?
I mean, I thought worse was going to go, but Andrew Thomas, number 4. I mean, really like this guy. I thought he still had top 10 potential, but 4 to the Giants. I knew they needed to address those positions, but still with the Giants making a good pick. I just laugh at the whole report that came out a couple of days ago. Oh, they're watching Justin Herbert. Get out of here. All that noise leading right up to this draft. You got to phase out the noise just a little bit. I'll say this, though.
Herbert did just go right now. The Chargers just took him. So, pretty much all top 3 quarterbacks we expected to go landed probably where we expected them to go. So, shout out Edward Rouse over Fantasy Alarm. His Chargers just got their next franchise quarterback.
Did you have any concern that Miami wouldn't take Tua? Because I thought it was Tua all the way. I mean, the whole tank for Tua thing, Howard was talking about it before on the live stream. But with me, it just made that much sense. This guy's arm strength is great. The biggest thing with Tua, obviously, is the health. Doctors have deemed him healthy, but again, these are reports, and we'll have to make sure that he's in full health before the start of the season. So we have to pump the brakes a little bit because this guy is damaged goods at a young age.
I mean, it's that, really it is. And then you're talking about, he's an undersized quarterback going into the NFL. There's always concerns about that, and how someone like that can hold up under the size of some of these NFL players. If he does take some hits, how's that hip going to handle? But, I mean, you're right. I think for me, they got their guy. They didn't have to give up anything more than they needed to. They had 3 first-round picks. They were able to keep all 3 of them. So with Miami, everybody kind of scoffed at them and the moves they were making last year. But it seems like they're now setting themselves up to, contend for the AFC East right now. I mean, Tom Brady no longer in New England. The AFC East is wide open. So it makes a lot of sense. Now Miami, really could be putting forth a great team here.
You got your Patriots jersey on there, John. It's in quite a few weeks for the Patriots.
It has been. This is the lone soldier. This is Julian Edelman. He's the only one left from the team of that offense. Gronk, Brady, obviously now in Tampa. So, repping him while I can.
Yeah, at this point, John, are you thinking that the Patriots are going to get a quarterback tonight? Maybe a Jordan Love? I mean, like you said, we did see the 3 quarterbacks go as expected thus far. But do you think the Patriots could make some noise getting a quarterback?
So, I mean, they from everything we've read, at least locally, I do live just outside of Boston. The team does like Jarrett Stidham. But if you do look at a lot of mock drafts that are going up by some of the expert analysts, they're saying that Jordan Love could be a guy they target at 23. I'm fully expecting them to trade out of 23, to be honest with you. They don't have a second-round pick. A team could be looking to move into the first round, the late first round, be willing to move a second-round pick or a couple picks to get into that spot. And Bill Belichick loves to acquire draft capital, and they have a lot of holes to fill. So for me, I'm kind of expecting them to move out. I don't think they need a guy at 23, but for me personally, I would like to see them address the defensive side of the football if they are going to keep that pick.
We'll get you the Panthers pick in just a moment, but John, I want to get your take on Joe Burrow. Going to Cincinnati, worst kept secret. Didn't even need to use the whole clock, but because of television production, I understand that side of it. You do as well. What are your expectations for Burrow in year 1?
I mean, he was an absolute stud last year, leading LSU to the championship, Heisman Trophy winner. He threw for 60 touchdown passes, 5,600 yards. All those numbers are just absolutely incredible. And the offense, outside of really the offensive line in Cincinnati, is pretty strong. If they can get Joe Mixon to a contract, because he's currently threatening to hold out, but if a healthy AJ Green, Tyler Boyd, John Ross, that whole team right there, could really provide some great weapons for Burrow, to be an effective quarterback. Now, I highly doubt he's going to go in, step into Cincinnati, and immediately lead them, to be a contender. But I think he makes that team, better right away. If they can protect him and give him time to adjust and learn the league, I think he's going to be a great fit for them.
Want to remind you guys, we also have live chats going on with our analysts and also Draft Tracker run by our own Dan Servo-Didio on the site as well, so you can follow right along with us and talk to our analysts. As far as I'm concerned, John, you know what? Fantasy football season has begun. And speaking of that, John, in the next few picks here, we're going to be seeing some of these wide receivers, these highly coveted wide receivers go. Who are you most excited about from this wide receiver class?
I think everybody's all about CeeDee Lamb, and for good reason. The kid is an absolute stud. I think he's going to be a great fit really wherever he ends up going. I've seen mock drafts where he could go literally, from any team, from the Raiders could be looking at a wide receiver. The Broncos, we know, are looking at a receiver. The Jets have been rumored to be looking at CeeDee Lamb. So, for me, it really could end up any one of those guys. That obviously Ruggs and Jerry Jeudy are also kind of all in that cluster. And, again, if you're looking at mock drafts, they're all expected to go basically within 3 or 4 picks of one another. So it'll be an exciting time. This draft is very deep at the wide receiver position. There are a lot of teams that could use help at the wide receiver spot, but I think Lamb should probably be the first one to go.
Do you see a team like the Vikings maybe trading up? We've seen those around, but we've seen a lot of trade rumors, and thus far haven't happened.
Yeah, the Vikings are certainly a team that do need the receiver after they went ahead and moved off Stephon Diggs, and I think one of those 3 guys would be a perfect spot for them. If they have enough to trade up to get one of those receivers and they can find a team that's willing to move out of a spot where one of those receivers could go, because like I said, I've seen a lot of mock drafts where they're going, with bang, bang, bang right after each other. So it'd be kind of tough for me to think a team would be looking to move out of that position, but really anything's possible at this point.
The Panthers just chose defensive tackle Derek Brown from Auburn, number 7 overall, John. So it's been a nice mix of offense and defense, and especially like we're talking about with this draft, a lot of fantasy relevance here. So who are some of the other players that we haven't mentioned yet? We haven't really talked running backs yet. Is there another player that you're looking forward to seeing drafted, and what player do you think that would be?
Yeah, running backs, I don't think we're going to see until the, at the very earliest, the end of the first round, rather. Second round, day 2 is probably where we're going to see those running backs. We kind of already touched upon him. For me, I'm really looking to see where these receivers are going to go, because they've just been the talk of the town. After the 3 quarterbacks, obviously, that's kind of where I think a lot of teams were looking. This is the deepest receiver class that we've seen. So whether teams, like you said, move up in the draft, make trades, I'm very interested to see, where it goes with the Jets, with the Raiders. The 49ers have supposedly been interested in moving out of their pick at 13, but I think they could use, a receiver as well. That could be a spot where, like you said, a team maybe like Minnesota jumps up. If the 49ers back out of 13, Tampa Bay at 14 don't need a receiver. They're looking for offensive linemen. Maybe a team bumps up there. The receivers are coming soon. It'll be interesting to see exactly where they go. The Derek Brown pick's a good spot for Carolina. They lost a lot of defensive depth this year in the offseason, lost their top defensive lineman, linebacker, and cornerback. So, they're kind of set probably on the offensive side of the football. So getting Brown is a good pickup for them.
We are waiting on the Cardinals to make their selection at number 8 overall. And John, let's go back to Justin Herbert for a second, because here's an interesting thing. Reading the reports over the last few weeks, Tyrod Taylor. Right now, you're reading the reports. Is he more than just a stand-in quarterback? Could he survive the whole season starting? What do you see for Justin Herbert? Is he going to be riding the bench his first year?
We kind of already saw the story with Tyrod Taylor, I feel like, in when we were over in the Cleveland. Like, he started the year, played a couple of games. Unfortunately, he got hurt, but then Baker Mayfield stepped in. I think we could probably see a similar situation here. I don't think Herbert's 100% ready to step in, but he performed well, obviously, in college. He's a team that the Chargers feel very strongly about, a player the Chargers feel very strongly about, but they also liked Tyrod Taylor. He's one of the reasons why they didn't go out and try to make a play at some of those other veteran quarterbacks that were in the market. They didn't go ahead and retain Phillip Rivers. So, Taylor, they think, can run their offense and kind of give them a new look. And Herbert probably will, ride the bench for a couple of games and learn from Taylor, much the way that Baker Mayfield did.
Washington, the reports were out that they were taking trade offers, as again, we're waiting on the Cardinals pick at number 8 here. Chase Young, what are you expecting from him? Washington has a lot of areas to fill when it comes to starting the improvement. But if you look at the NFC East from last year, you would think that a few pieces and all of a sudden they can start moving up in the standings. But what are your expectations for Young? Do you think he'll make an immediate impact?
He should. He was the best player overall in the draft. He didn't go number 1 because, Cincinnati had that need at the quarterback spot. But, Chase Young is an absolute monster. He has a motor that just does not quit. He's going to wreak havoc in the backfields of opposing teams. And, this is a difference maker that the Redskins need on that side of the football, while they try to develop the offense. They have Haskins from last year. They brought in a new coach to sort of, give some stability there in Washington now. I think on the offensive side of the football, they have some things working, but on the defensive side, Chase Young's going to really set the tone. Hopefully he comes in there and makes a big impact. We think about Jadeveon Clowney and how he disappointed when he went to Houston, and everybody expected him to be this monster of a defensive player. I think Young's going to kind of live up to the hype here.
As we're awaiting, as the commissioner is going to announce who the Cardinals are selecting, what position of needs do you think they have? We're going to get this name very shortly.
For me, it's offensive line. You got to protect Kyler Murray. You got to give, some running lanes for Kenyon Drake, and you got to give them the offense time to get the ball downfield because that's what their game plan is. But, Kyler Murray was, clamoring to get CeeDee Lamb, so they could, add to the receiving group.
This would be receiver.
It's funny, it's not a need for them for sure, but I don't know if you take your number 1 overall pick and he wants another big weapon like that to go opposite of DeAndre Hopkins, and the opportunities there. But if they're smart, they go offensive line. Dan Servo-Didio, has them taking an offensive lineman with their first pick in his mock draft right up. So if they're smart, I kind of agree with them. I think they go that end. They didn't, though. They went linebacker.
Isaiah Simmons.
Isaiah Simmons is somebody that a lot of people were talking about. He's clearly one of the best linebackers in the draft. He's an athletic monster. He flies all around the field. And Arizona did have some need on the defensive side of the football, for sure. So I guess it makes sense. But again, a lot of the mock drafts that I was seeing had them going offensive line here. So maybe that's a little bit of the upset, especially if you were placing wagers on the NFL draft, because I know that that's one of the most bet on events right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, it's an interesting situation with Jacksonville here because they can use a receiver. And with that, wondering if they're going to go that direction. They've got other needs, but still, John, I've seen a few mock drafts. Judy has been linked to them. Mm-hmm. Maybe they go Lamb. What do you think is going to happen here at number 9?
For me, I think they should go defensive side of the football because they've just, they've lost so many players, and then they're dealing, with, Yannick trying to force his way out as well. So again, Servo in his mock draft had them taking Derek Brown. Obviously, he's now off the board, but they could certainly still go ahead, address the defensive line, address the linebacker spot. I think that's the best spot for them to go, address the defense. I know they have Minshew at quarterback now, and they want to probably get him some weapons outside of Chark. We know that Fournette's causing a stink and probably trying to get his way out of there as well. Jacksonville's a mess, but shore up that defense first, or else they're not going to be able to win any games anyways.
Any shot at Jedrick Wills. Saw him going as early as 4th. Didn't happen.
Right.
And now still on the board. Any chance that they grab him?
It's possible. Again, if you want to protect, there's certainly a way to protect the quarterback, get some offensive line help there. Again, we're talking about a team that has a ton of needs. So really, if that's the best available player, if they're falling down the draft board, then I could certainly see it happening. But for me, I think just given the defensive losses here, that should be, in my opinion, the direction they go. But again, I've been surprised already a couple of times already in this draft, so we'll see how it ends up.
Yeah, where are these trades at, man? I was expecting at least 5 of them now.
I thought we were going to see a couple.
He is trade. And I guess it's more common than you'd expect, but we're going to see some swaps. Now everyone's just standing back. Is it the quarantine? We don't have to be quarantined for making trades here. Come on.
It honestly could be the quarantine. I mean, scouting departments aren't together. Maybe the phone calls aren't being as direct and they're harder to work through. You got a phone call with X and you have to call another guy into a conference call. Who knows? I mean, could be a whole number of reasons, but you're not wrong. The last handful of drafts, there's been, 5 to 7 trades in the first round. We were already expecting to at least have seen one by now, and we haven't seen any. So it'll be interesting the time the first one rolls around, and see exactly the direction this all goes.
Yeah, again, and you'll see more reaction, fantasyalarm.com, the Tua pick for Miami. Love that. Howard and I had both talked about that on the Alarm After Hours show on Fantasy Sports Radio from midnight to 2 a.m. Eastern weekdays. We talked about that, and again, just the arm strength this guy has alone. I love it. For Parker, we'll have to see if they add another receiver, but still, right now, again, I love it. And having the mentor that he will have with Fitzpatrick, another guy could throw far, that seems like a very nice essential mentor to have, someone who's a very seasoned veteran at this point.
Yeah, I agree with you. It's not terrible to be able to have him and lean and learn up against him. So again, we'll have to wait and see how it all plays out. But I'm just waiting again for these next picks to roll through because I'm very interested. Because like you said, we're rolling into that receiver territory here. I don't think Cleveland's going to be a team that targets it, but like you said, Jacksonville, the Jets, the Raiders, all those teams, we could start seeing that run. And I think maybe once one comes off the board, maybe then some more trades happen.
You think someone like a Brashad Perriman is sitting there right now and be like, I could be one of the number one guys, but if they may draft a guy like CeeDee Lamb or something like that, or Judy, you think he's sitting there biting his nails, Blue Jet receiver?
Hey, he had his opportunity in Baltimore, but he definitely showed up nicely at the end of the year for Tampa Bay. If I'm the Jets, though, I'm going offensive line there as well. I mean, I think offensive line should really be the focus of these next handful of teams. I think Cleveland should go ahead and try to get some offensive line help there for Baker Mayfield. And I think the Jets should do the same thing for Sam Darnold and protect those quarterbacks, give them opportunities to sit in the pocket, find the open receiver, and develop.
I mean, one of the players linked to the Jets for a little while now, Mekhi Becton, could be one of those guys. Will's, again, still on the board as well. I think the Jets will end up going that direction as well, not taking a receiver. Though CeeDee Lamb, just the talent with him, the speed and the athleticism. Again, I just love this guy wherever he ends up. It doesn't matter to me. Now, if you were telling me back he's going to end up with the Cardinals, okay, maybe a little bit crowded, but still, this is a guy that's going to be a player in this league.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to be he should be a stud. And one thing we've seen in the past, the former narrative that, a rookie wide receivers come into the league and there's like a bigger learning curve for them. They don't always, have their top end seasons. You usually wait till year 3 for these guys to come out and have breakout years. But, the last couple of years, we've had receivers come out of the draft and be impact players, right away. And this draft class, again, could just produce, a ton of studs right off the bat if they land in positions where they're going to be featured. You talked about trades in Minnesota Vikings earlier. That's where Servo has them moving up to number 10. They're taking a guy like CeeDee Lamb from Cleveland, trading down. That'll be an interesting spot if it's the first one to go.
I mean, let's go over what's gone on thus far once again. Joe Burrow, Chase Young, Jeff Okudah, Andrew Thomas, Tua, and then Justin Herbert, Derek Brown, Isaiah Simmons, and we are waiting on Jacksonville at number 9 right now. We'll say this about our fantasy alarm contest we had where you guys, if you entered, you could win cash. A couple of the props there. Let's talk about that quickly. Howard Bender, where's this guy's Red Bull? All of a sudden, he's on, I believe, a 5-6 day streak, no Red Bull. And then, more surprisingly, I thought Adam Ronis was going to let the ramen noodle hairstyle of his flow. But instead, it's held back. It's quarantined right into that ponytail, John.
Well, he's just trying to look sharp here for the live stream on draft day. I agree with you, though. Bender without the Red Bull, I'm sure he had a handful before everything kicked off because he's going to be up all night, bringing you all the latest fantasy coverage on that live stream right up until midnight as well, to the end of the draft. And then he's doing it all over again tomorrow. So this man's going to need the energy. He's fortunate to live on the West Coast, where he gets the 3-hour difference. Here, you and I on the East Coast, these drafts getting over around midnight for us, running a little late. But the draft contest that we have going on right now, if you're a lifetime subscriber, you get double the payout, which is even more of incentive right now, to go to Fantasy Alarm and become a lifetime member of FA Nation. You get all of the content, all the seasons, all the DFS and seasonal content for life. And again, you get to take part in these special contests and earn double the money. So, everybody's who's out there right now, waiting with bated breath for these picks to come through and hit some of these props.
That's right. Number 9 is in CJ Henderson, the cornerback, going to Jacksonville. I saw that a little bit in mocks weeks ago, like a week or two ago, but then I stopped seeing that with him. Now they take a corner to get some help there. And again, this is a guy, was he all SEC? I mean, this is a guy that's a good pick for them. In a way, did I want them to go receivers we just talked about? Yes, but Henderson saw him going up and then moving down a bit, but now locked in at number 9 for Jacksonville, CJ Henderson.
I like the pick. He's got size, 6'1", 204. More importantly, 4.39 40. I understand 40 time doesn't always translate in the NFL once you get the pads and the helmet and everything on, but that's a fast man that can cover bigger receivers, and they need that. After losing Jalen Ramsey last year, trading away Jalen Ramsey last year, Henderson's going to definitely slip in there and maybe set the tone. A couple of years ago, this Jacksonville Jaguars team was in the AFC Championship game. They had that Saxonville defense, which was terrifying everybody, and then it quickly fell apart there. Things went downhill quickly over in Jacksonville. Get another first-round talent here, set the tone, rebuild the defense, because that's going to have to be their calling card, in my opinion, in that division, is give a strong defense, allow Minshew to manage the offense and run the football on the offensive side of the ball. So Henderson, I really, really like that pick for them.
And what do you guys think of the draft thus far? Tweet at Fantasy Alarm. Give us your opinions. We're going to be doing write-ups. We're doing content right now. In fact, live chats on the site and also a live draft tracker run by our own Dan Servodidio, who did our mock draft for the site. The Browns. I believe that was the great Brandon Marion Lee that once said Browns are going to Brown. Can they screw this pick up, though? Because here's the deal. At this point, between the Browns and the Jets, it's almost like the Becton Bowl, I feel like. I feel like if the Browns don't take him, then he's going to the Jets.
I mean, they both need tackles. And I mean, he's sitting there right now. He's the highest graded tackle, on the board for me right now based off some of the mock drafts that I've seen. So it would make sense that he could be a guy that goes you're right. I mean, how could they mess up this pick? They don't need a receiver unless the rumors of them trading OBJ are true. If that's their plan, then sure, they could go ahead and be someone that starts the receiver trend there. They don't necessarily need a ton of help on the defensive side of the football. There's no one really grading out at this point. Patrick Queen's a guy that could be, coming up in this area as one of the top ranked linebackers. If they really want to solidify that side, but get the offensive line help, get some protection for Baker Mayfield, and allow him to develop if you think he's their franchise quarterback, because him running around, scrambling, and trying to make plays on the run like that hasn't worked out for the offense. His completion percentage last year was miserable. So get the tackle, whether it's Wills, whether it's Becton, and go in that direction.
The Cleveland Browns are about to make their selection here at number 10. Then we'll get back to the guys here, the other team. So with this, again, the Becton Bowl. But no, they go Jedrick Wills Jr.
Okay.
That's a tackle from Alabama. So now an interesting decision coming here, because at this point, the Jets, do they go after a flashy receiver like Lamb, or do they go after a Becton? But Will's another guy that I like. Thought he was going to go a few picks earlier, ends up going at number 10.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, you protect the quarterback. It makes a ton of sense for him to go where he is, where he went, to a team with a need a tackle. The Jets, though, you're right. I mean, if they're going to boo whoever they draft really anyways, but I'm sure there are plenty of Jets fans right now looking at the draft board being like, we could draft a tackle, or we can give Sam Darnold a legitimate receiving option, which way to go here. Because I mean, that's a big hole that they have right now. Now that Robbie Anderson's gone, I don't think that what they brought in is going to really do much to help. Whether it's Josh Doxson or Brashard Perriman, those two names aren't really inspiring much faith. Jamison Crowder, God love him, isn't going to be able, to carry that offense. So this is a fantastic opportunity for them to add a legitimate playmaker for Sam Darnold. With that said, this is a deep receiver draft.
Right. Take
the top tackle, use a later pick to get another really strong wide receiver option to develop. So I'm interested to see which way the Jets go here.
Do they go Becton or do they go Lamb or Judy? We will find out with the Jets on the clock, but we're going to give it back to Howard Bender, Adam Ronis, Ryan Howland, Brad Evans, and Jen Piacenti. And continue watching because, hey, we're hanging with all of you all quarantined together on fantasyalarm.com, the 2020 NFL Draft.
Well, there we have it, ladies and gentlemen. The first surprise of the 2020 NFL Draft, and it is that the Detroit Lions decided to stand pat and take cornerback Jeff Okudah. Now, this is someone that everybody expected the Lions to target following their trade of Darius Slay in the offseason. But with all the rumors of teams trying to trade up to that number 3 overall pick, with the Lions having plenty of holes that they could fill by gaining that draft capital, it is certainly a surprise to see them stand pat. Well, there we have it, ladies and gentlemen. The first surprise of the 2020 NFL Draft, and it is that the Detroit Lions decided to stand pat and take cornerback Jeff Okudah. Now, this is someone that everybody expected the Lions to target following their trade of Darius Slay in the offseason. But with all the rumors of teams trying to trade up to that number 3 overall pick, with the Lions having plenty of holes that they could fill by gaining that draft capital, it is certainly a surprise to see them stand pat, especially when, again, they likely could have just moved down a few spots, gotten their man anyways, and still acquired additional picks here. But Okudah's going to be an instant starter for them. He was far and away the best cornerback in the NFL Draft this year. Last year, as a junior in Ohio State, shutdown defender, All-American team, finalist for the Jim Thorpe Award, 3 interceptions on that team as well. Just an all-out standout performance from him. So again, great pick. Don't hate the fit, but you just have to wonder, especially if you're a Lions fan, did Detroit leave something on the table by not being able to get a deal done here? It just seems like something that should have happened with all the rumors, especially leading into today, leading into draft day, hearing that even now Jacksonville wanted to trade up. I mean, all the works were there supposedly for a deal to happen. Didn't get done. That said, though, Jeff Okudah, great pickup for the Detroit Lions.
All right, what's going on, everybody? Welcome back in here to the SiriusXM Fantasy Sports Radio live stream powered by Fantasy Alarm. I'm Howard Bender, and as you can see, I've changed some people around here that we were talking to earlier. I still got Adam Ronis. This dude's like my fantasy herpes. I just can't get rid of him right now. But fortunately, I got some fresh meat in here. Brad Evans, fade the noise. Over here, Jen Piacenti from Fantasy Alarm. Ryan Hallam. Not only is Ryan Hallam with Fantasy Alarm, but he's rocking a Fantasy Alarm shirt that's like at least 10 years old. And the fact that you can fit into a shirt that's 10 years old already, like you're in quarantine, this is killing me. I'm jealous. I can't hear a word you're saying.
Wow. It's my dream come true. A man talking and I can't hear him.
See, again, I had Ronis for next glitch in the live stream, and now look at that. It's Howard.
You're losing a lot of money, Howard, betting against me, bro.
Brutal. So how's everybody's draft going so far? Let's start. Brad, talk to me here. Like, it's all pretty straightforward. Couple of, different names. Isaiah Simmons going to the Cardinals, but that kind of feels like they were like, well, we got to get best player as opposed to just team, need here. But it's a pretty straightforward draft.
Yeah, I would say that Simmons is the bargain buy at the draft so far. His over-under, according to DraftKings Sportsbook, was 6.5 in terms of overall picks, so the over cashes on that. I think Arizona, selfishly, I wanted him to go for Kyler Murray, go offensive tackle. I thought Tristan Wirfs would have been the ideal selection there, but Arizona has a lot of needs on defense. This was a largely weak, anemic unit last season. So getting kind of a toolsy guy that can be a dual threat as a linebacker. Some people are saying he could play safety in the NFL. I think Isaiah Simmons checks a lot of boxes and upgrades that unit as a whole. But yeah, man, it's a bit of a snore fest. The fact that Miami didn't have to spend any draft equity additionally to didn't have to trade up to get Tua at number 3. That was the expectation we all had. They ended up getting their guy at number 5. Herbert, very predictable to go number 6 of the LA Chargers. I didn't have Andrew Thomas as my top offensive tackle, but we knew the Giants were certainly going to entertain that position, and they pulled through on the UGA prospects. So, yeah, man, I need a little spice. I need a little sexiness to this right now. It feels like I'm just scooping a bunch of vanilla into my mouth. So I need a little bit more of the 31 flavors, and hopefully we're going to see that here in the next couple of picks.
Well, I don't necessarily know if we are, except, you know what? I don't think anybody had Tristan Wirfs as the guy who was plummeting out of the top 10 in drafts, but it looks to me like Mekhi Becton is the pick for the New York Jets here at number 11. Jen, does that surprise you at all, knowing the fact that his drug test was red flagged?
No, not really. The guy's a physical freak. He can pick people up like Legos and throw them around, and who doesn't want that? You don't want Sam Darnold seeing more ghosts, right? You got to get somebody up there that's going to protect him. So that's what they got to do. And the receiver class is deep. I know we had a lot of conjecture about, hey, if CeeDee Lamb is out there or Jerry Jeudy's out there, how tempting will it be for them to go ahead and grab him? But they did. They needed to shore up their O-line. I think they did the right thing. As a Jets fan, how do you feel, Howard?
As a Jets fan, I feel great. This is exactly the pick that I wanted them to make. I was perfectly happy with any one of the top 3 offensive tackles. Now, this is where some fun stuff we could see here. Adam, the Raiders on the clock right now, 5.5 to go. Listen, if Al Davis were still running the show, Henry Ruggs would be the no-brainer pick here because he's the fastest dude in the West. Do they get Jerry Jeudy? Do they take CeeDee Lamb? This is the question that I think everybody's asking, but is it pretty much set on a wide receiver?
I think it is. I thought the whole time it was going to be Jeudy. Now, again, we talked about it earlier. The odds changed for the first receiver off the board. It was a heavy favorite, CeeDee Lamb. I think it was minus 190 right before the draft tonight. Jeudy, we heard some of those reports that were whispered about his knee. It's tough to believe that. Again, he looked great this year. That guy gets open. There's certain football players that just find a way to get open no matter what. Jeudy is that guy. So he was the guy that I thought the Raiders would take. I like CeeDee Lamb a little bit better. It's very close. But when we did our predictions on the radio show the other night, I had Jeudy going to the Raiders.
Okay, listen, I think I did too as well. I thought so. But, the news of the knee and then, the odds changing. Ryan, if the Raiders go, I mean, the Raiders, if they go that wide receiver route, which is the way we all think here, the 49ers are also in line for a wide receiver. Do they follow suit here and they go the other way? If it's Lamb to the Raiders, is it Judy to the Niners?
That's what I think is going to happen. As a 49er fan, that's what I really hope is going to happen. I love the maturation of Deebo Samuel this year, but I really think that they need a play-breaking wide receiver, which I think either of those guys can be. So I would definitely think that there's going to see receivers back-to-back here.
Now, Brad, wide receiver prop is what, 6 or more in this 6.5 wide receivers in the first round? We're gonna have to pick it up a little bit here, right?
Yeah, I've got it actually at 5.5, and a lot of people were hammering the over on that. Thought it was a surefire lock of the century, but yeah, I think we're gonna get the run. This is about the place we expected. I thought the Jets could go a number of different ways. They didn't screw this up, which is shocking for the Jets. They went offensive line. I thought was a better selection over Becton, but I'm fine with Becton. These guys, I mean, it's splitting hairs between the top offensive tackle, really the 5th offensive tackle. So I think it begins with Jerry Jeudy here, though Mike Mayock has already expressed his love publicly for CeeDee Lamb. Was that a smokescreen? We're about to find out. But I think Jeudy, the most polished route runner in this draft, a guy that's going to step in. When you got Tyrell Williams as your default number 1 of the depth chart, this is a guy that can make a fantasy impact immediately. I'm probably going to have him in the 24 to 30 range of my wide receiver rankings, assuming it doesn't matter if it's Lamb, same range. If it's Jeudy, same range. But both of these guys could parachute into an ideal situation where they're going to see upwards of 25% of the target share starting week 1.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking earlier on the live stream about the fact of the depth of this wide receiver class. 2014 runs through your head with that whole group there. So I look at this and I say, yeah, we could see a nice little run there. However, here was the debate, Jen, and we talked about this before. The depth at the wide receiver position, could that start pushing more of them down further and further? Because, well, I mean, listen, we're getting some really tasty wideouts.
It absolutely could. I mean, you could still be getting in the second round, Michael Pittman, LaVisca Chenault. There's so many people still there. Jalen Reagor is someone I really like. He's got that breakaway speed, and there's so many, he could go to Denver. He could go so many places. So it'll be interesting to see. It looks like there's still, a lot of stuff out there, and it looks like they're reading the selection right now.
Henry Ruggs.
Al Davis lives!
Wow.
Al Davis is alive!
There we go.
Oh, no!
You got a disgusted look on your face, Brad. You do not like this pick at all.
I'm pissed off because I had the exacta of Jeudy, Lamb, Ruggs in that order at plus 450. So I got to roll and smoke that ticket now, unfortunately. But this is one of those picks that the Raiders are going to go back down the road 5-10 years from now and be like, what the hell were we thinking on draft night in 2020? Did the self-isolation get to our heads? Was it, since it was Tequila Thursday, did we have too much of the love juice? Was our brain polluted in some way? This doesn't make any sense to me. I know you mentioned Al Davis coming down from the heavens saying, speed, speed, speed. We got to draft it. We got to have it. But Jeudy, far more polished as a route runner. You can say the same about CeeDee Lamb. These guys are all worldwide receivers compared to Ruggs. Now, granted, Ruggs is not just a one-trick pony. He can run multiple routes in the tree. But I just think that Jeudy and Lamb's superior prospects overall. I'm baffled by this pick.
I don't think it was Al Davis coming down. I think the haircut is really what messed this one up. The bowl, he just lost his mind for a second with the
Tequila
haircut.
Thursday a thing? Because no one filled me in on that, and I feel like I'm really out of the loop.
Oh, it's a thing.
Tequila Thursday's your thing?
For Brad, it's any day that ends in Y.
Or any day.
But I think they had some. Maybe they wanted a multi-sport player. Maybe they're going to transition to being a basketball team soon. Maybe that's what they're thinking.
Brad, earlier you said they were going to be down the line. They're going to be thinking, what were they thinking? It's going to add to the laundry list of Raiders draft picks that they thought, what in the heck were we thinking? I think this is just the latest one. And not that I think Ruggs is necessarily a bust, but like you said, I think that either Lamb or Jeudy were a better selection here. As a 49ers fan, I am salivating right now.
That's what I was actually going to ask Adam. Like, are we no offense to his height, are we selling Henry Ruggs short here? It's not like this is like Darius Hayward-Bay, who couldn't catch anything and had all the blinding speed, and that was what Al Davis's screw up was. But I mean, listen, maybe Ruggs isn't as refined as Judy or as polished as CeeDee Lamb. However, still a high talent here, great speed, can be a successful guy. We've got him. Everybody's got him as like one of the top 3 wideouts in this draft.
Yeah, but I just think Judy and Lamb are just ahead of him, and I'm taking one of those guys. So I thought Judy would have been a great fit. I mean, I agree with Brad. I mean, fantasy-wise, if Judy was there, perfect spot. You know, even though we talked about it this year with everything going on now, it's going to be tough for some of these wide receivers with the lack of OTAs and the mini camps, and who knows what happens with training camp. That would be my one big concern. But this was the perfect spot for Judy or Lamb to go in there. I mean, yeah, Ruggs has the speed. He's great after the catch, but, you know, he could struggle getting off the line a little bit. I just didn't think he was the best receiver on the board. I mean, it should have been Judy or Lamb. If they had concerns, the murmurs of Judy's knee, and they wanted to go Lamb, no problem with that. But I wouldn't have taken Ruggs, and I think this is going to be a pick they regret.
And there's Ryan as the Niners fan being like, oh, my God, I can't believe we're getting CeeDee Lamb right now. I can't believe it. Like, are you psyched to get CeeDee? Are you buying the CeeDee Lamb jersey right now?
I'm going to have to get a new luchador mask, the CeeDee Lamb luchador mask. Yeah, I'm just still collecting, Bosa from last year's jersey. So, yeah, I can't wait to see what name pops up on the screen next. I think it's going to be Judy. We'll see. Maybe the injury concern kicks it down and it's Lamb. I really don't care either way right now. I just hope we don't go off and go with a lineman or tackle at this point.
Guys,
now, I want a receiver now.
Yeah, here's the other twist in all this. I live in Denver, Colorado, and I actually have some sources that are plugged into this organization, and they have been salivating at the prospects of getting Jerry Jeudy. Everybody expected for John Elway to trade up to acquire the Alabama wide receiver services, and he could ultimately fall into Elway's lap at 15. And I can tell you right now, if that happens, John Elway, you talk about Tequila Thursday, he's going to be shooting some añejo and chasing it with a bottle of champagne. And I'm not talking about Cooks. He's going to be breaking out the Dom Perignon, the good stuff, if that does indeed happen.
Yeah, sometimes you need luck. We've all been there in fantasy drafts where someone fell in our lap, right?
Yeah.
It's a spot, and that might happen for Denver because there were talks about them moving up possibly into the top 10 to grab one of those receivers.
And it's a long shot, but with the 49ers having no second, third, or fourth round picks, maybe Denver gives them a call and we get a trade that we've been hoping for. Unlikely, but possible. And 49ers move back a couple spots, still get a good wide receiver with the number that we've talked about that are still there. I do think it's a long shot. I think they're going to pick here, but we're dying for something.
I think they're going to take Lamb, and I think that Jerry Jeudy is going to fall into his lap, and that's going to be the second team that doesn't have to kill any draft capital in order to get the player they want. Miami, with all of that draft capital that they had, all the talk that we've had, all the mishigas of trading up to number 3, and nothing. So Miami retains all of their picks, because let's not forget, they have 2 top 10 picks in the second round after these 3 first-round picks right now. So Miami's sitting pretty here, and now all of a sudden San Francisco's going to, or Denver, isn't going to have to do
traded the pick to the Bucs.
They traded it to the Bucs.
To the Bucs.
But here's what Tampa Bay is going to do. Tampa cannot believe that Tristan Wirfs is on the board. They are,
and they want to get. They need to protect Tom Brady.
Get richer.
Wow.
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 What was the trade? Do we see what the trade is? Because they have them picking.
Buccaneers are on the clock.
Well,
they're not taking a wide receiver.
No, they're not taking.
No, I think it's going to be worse. I mean, I had them pegged for Andrew Thomas, who, of course, went much earlier in this draft. But worse, it's ridiculous value that he is available right now. This is a guy largely believed to go top 10. And even though Tampa Bay was, number 11 in pass blocking efficiency last season, number 10 in run blocking efficiency, when you have a sloth-like quarterback in his 40s under center, you add Gronk, who's a dual threat as a pass catcher and a road grader as a blocker. You bring in another big body guy with great lateral agility and Wirfs, who was a mauler in the trenches for the Iowa Hawkeyes for a number of years. Again, I mean, this is a team you can understand why they're 14-1 right now to win the Super Bowl, and adding a guy like Wirfs only enhances the prospects of them making it to the big game in the end.
So is this kind of a flashback to when the 49ers traded to the Bears to take Trubisky when they weren't taking Trubisky?
Oh, don't bring that up. I'm a Bears guy.
And now they're going to trade. They're going to trade back one pick again and still get the guy that they wanted. Because I certainly don't think Tampa Bay's taking a wide receiver. So John Lynch looks like he's going to pick up an extra pick to move back one and probably still get the guy he wanted.
Yeah, San Francisco's getting 14 and 117, giving up 13, and its last 7th round pick, according to Schefter.
Lynch strikes again.
That's unbelievable. What's Tampa Bay think? Did Tampa Bay really think that
San Francisco's taking a tackle? I guess.
Well, that was an option on the board for the 49ers because a lot of people had them pegged to take a tackle potentially at 31 later on in this draft. So it's really easy to throw that out there with those flirtations to conjure business. And John Lynch is a master of it. I think we should just call this the Lynch move. As you mentioned, just trading up one spot, adding some additional draft capital, and still landing the player that you ultimately desired. So it's savvy, it's smart. God, I wish he was my GM and not Ryan Pace.
Man, I remember when he got the job, I was like, man, I don't know what this is going to be like. But as a fan, man, I have 1,000% confidence in him. Almost every move he's pulled has been right. And it looks like another good one here tonight to get an extra pick in a round they didn't have one in.
I got to be honest, I can't believe the Jets didn't screw it up.
Don't worry, there's still time.
I mean, unless, of course, it's like,
Becton goes on a drug bender.
It's like ketamine inside Becton's system. It's like a regular habit. Do we check his teeth for like meth issues there? Let me make sure of that somehow. But
hey, guys, it's official. Charles Robinson reporting the Buccaneers are taking Tristan Wirfs.
That makes so much sense.
As we all expected.
There we go. There we go. So Tom Brady gets more protection. Unbelievable. Tampa Bay. The Tampa Bay Gronkaneers? Is that what we're changing their name to now?
And I have a feeling at the end it's going to look bad for Dave Gettleman not taking him 4th overall, but we'll see.
What was the knock? Like why was it not worse?
I don't know. I completely expected it to be. And who knows? And Gettleman will never. He'll come up with some sort of story. He's good at coming up with bad stories, trying to protect himself. But I just smells of striking Gettleman again. I think.
Right. I mean, I can't. I honestly, Brad, you have any kind of speculation as to why Wirfs actually fell?
Zero. This is a bit of a head scratcher. Again, this is a guy that I had forecasted. Let's see where I had Wirfs on my board today. I had him going number 8 to Arizona. Me too. Again, this is just a really smart move by the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. They were going to go tackle all along. They could not believe that Wirfs was available at that moment in time. They trade up. They're all in right now, right? You have to be because you got a quarterback who's well-aged, refined, if you will. Still hopefully got some gas left in the tank, though his adjusted completion percentage fell off precipitously in 4 consecutive years, the last 4 in New England. Now you could say, well, the cupboard was buried. Didn't have a whole lot of talent there. Now he's got Mike Evans, he's got Chris Godwin, he's got Gronk back. We expect them in round 2 to maybe go after a Clyde Edwards-Helaire, which would be a perfect fit as a pass-catching running back to complement Rojo in this offense. We're also hearing, too, they're not going to deal O.J. Howard, and you're going to run a lot of 12 personnel. This is the most ridiculous offensive team that I can remember in recent NFL history that's shaping up. And the defense isn't too shabby either, guys, because that defensive line was excellent last season in terms of defending the run. And that secondary greatly improved under Todd Bowles' tutelage over the second half of the season. Tampa has all the goods to hoist the hardware in the end. And I love the assertiveness. I love the aggressiveness. Tampa Bay T-shirts are going to be flying off the shelves.
I got to be honest. I've started to really like him since he left New England. I'm suddenly, I love this. I love the interview on Howard Stern. I love the some of the tweets that he's throwing out there. So like all of a sudden now, that Tommy Blue Eyes, he ain't so bad.
Yeah, you leave New England, you get to open up a bit. I mean, Howard Stern talked about how he canceled that interview several times. Now, you think that was a coincidence? Belichick's like, nah, you're not going on.
Oh. Yeah, I was thinking that same thing with that Instagram video the other day where he's walking with Gronk and they're just both kind of smirking at each other. I'm like, don't make me have to root for you guys. You're in the same conference as my team. All of a sudden, yeah, they're becoming very likable. And obviously, I guess from the way I took it, obviously Gronk stepped away, not only because of the injuries, but maybe he had enough of Belichick's way. And now he had a chance to play somewhere a little looser. He couldn't have got back fast enough. So we'll see how much longer Belichick's reign of terror continues without Brady there kind of protecting and leading, with him.
Now, while we sit here and we wait for San Francisco to put in for CeeDee Lamb, they got about 4 minutes, 20 seconds to go in this one here. After that, if they take CeeDee Lamb, then Denver, they get Jerry Jeudy falling into their lap there. C.J. Henderson, I had C.J. Henderson on my board actually dropping to Atlanta, or at least them trading to get him. So now, who does Atlanta do? Atlanta was talking about moving up here. Jen, who do you have on your board as a possibility for Atlanta at this point right now? Let's say both wideouts go off the board.
It could be Christian Fulton, maybe.
Down into the corner.
It has to be defense, for sure.
Yeah. I think they need to address their corner issue. That's probably where I would go. But it's obviously a defensive player. Has to be.
Has to be. I'm getting almost nauseated. I know I've got 2 Cowboys fans here on this stream. And I know that Jim Bowden is sitting at home right now in his Cowboy shirt, his Cowboy hat, and his big foam finger getting ready. Does it trickle down that way? I mean, can we look at this draft right now and say CeeDee Lamb, Jerry Jeudy, we go with a defensive back there. Does Chason, the edge guy from LSU, does he fall into Dallas's lap?
Yeah, it looks like it.
Yeah, why can't things not go my way?
I think Chason could go here if Atlanta does not go DB. I think Chason makes a boatload of sense. This unit was number 29 last season in total sacks, so they need an aggressive, athletic edge rusher. The kid from LSU staying there in SEC country. That makes a boatload of sense to me. But just like Jen said, they could go DB. Atlanta, remember, there was reports out there that they were trying to put everything together and throw it like the kitchen sink at Washington to try to get Chase Young. So I think edge rusher makes a boatload of sense again here at this position.
And it's fine if a cornerback falls to Dallas. I'm fine with that.
Yeah.
Either way.
A little bit of a need there, losing Byron Jones.
The main thing is Jerry Jones is alone, unattended right now, so we don't really know what's going to happen.
And is that an issue?
Well, we don't know if he's awake right now. That's why.
We don't know. True.
Right. Yep. He's in his Zoom. Turns the camera off in his Zoom meeting.
Every time I think of Jerry Jones, all I can think about is South Park and the eyes rolling around.
Jerry.
Oh. See, Adam Gase owns that now. That's Adam Gase's world.
Following tacos, yes.
Oh man, unbelievable. All right, so far here we go. I mean, we're got a minute 20 to go for San Francisco to make their pick. Things are just kind of falling into place. There's not the question I guess I have is and we kind of talked about this on the live stream. I'm curious as to everybody's thoughts. Are we just not going to see any kind of deals? Does everybody have a pretty shallow board right now because no medicals, no work, no workouts or anything like that? That we're just sitting here, just kind of going off of the info that we had a month and a half ago.
Yeah, for the most part, I would say this, Howard. I think the one team that is going to be fascinating later on here in round number 1 is New England. Historically, what do the Patriots do? They trade down, right? They trade out of that position, try to stockpile picks, try to find values in the middle of the later rounds. But I think they're going to stick at 23. My colleague Brandon Funson brought this up on Fade the Noise earlier today, and I want to see it so desperately. He believes the New England Patriots are going to take Jalen Hurts. And I think Hurts checks every box of the quintessential Belichickian quarterback. Very accurate in the short to intermediate field, an absolute warrior. He's got incredible leadership skills. He was a team captain at Alabama and also at Oklahoma. And if he were to land in that spot, I think Jalen Hurts is going to be an instant impact quarterback one, whether you're talking a 12-team league or 10-team leagues in fantasy because of that scoring duality. That is what I want to see. That's why I am still awake right now.
All right, let's go around the room here. What do you guys want to see? What's the move you want to see made as we go through it here? I'll start with Adam.
I just want to see Dallas make the right pick.
You homer. Ryan.
I'm kind of with Brad on the Patriots there. I'm fascinated to see what they're going to do. I kind of think they might go quarterback as well. Maybe the Raiders will take another wide receiver and just not really. That was a joke, but God knows what the heck they're going to do. They need so many holes, but I just can't wait for the Raiders' next pick so we can make fun of them again.
All right, Jen, what do you want to see?
I'd really like to see Denver get a speedy receiver on the other side and see what Drew Lock can do and have Courtland Sutton on the other side. I'd love to see that.
I think you're probably going to.
I'm going to get what I want.
If we're looking at stuff like this, I mean, where do we look at? I mean, and let's say they go CeeDee Lamb right here and Jerry Jeudy goes next. Like, how are you viewing them from a fantasy aspect, knowing now that that this is where they're landing? I mean, I still believe that it's Lamb, Jeudy, and then Ruggs as far as overall talent level and polish. But how do you take them based on where they're going? With San Francisco.
Wow. Don't go wide receiver.
Oh! Gosh.
Wow.
Javon Kinlaw.
There's way.
There we go.
John Kinlaw. Wow.
Well, guys, that calls for a holy shit moment here. On the
Sorry, Ryan. Wow, but just make what's good even better.
Is it this Jeudy knee thing really taking long?
Hey, you know what, Adam? You're hitting the nail right on the head here. I think there are people that are freaking out. Now, I tell you what, again, with this curveball thrown by San Francisco, here is Elway's guy. They're on the clock. Right?
Wow.
He's dude. So if Elway's like, you know what, screw it, I don't care about the knee. He is everything we wanted and then some. It's going to happen here. I mean, John Elway right now, he is like pulling off they're Velcro pants, and he's just ripping them off in his living room, and he's prancing around like Tom Cruise. I mean, I'm telling you, probably in tidy whities. It is a party right up the road from me in Cherry Hills for John Elway. It's going to be an amazing bargain, assuming that is the guy, but I am shocked.
And
shocked that the Niners did not go wide receiver here.
If they take Jeudy and CeeDee Lamb falls, does Dallas get sucked in and take him?
No, they can't.
Yes.
I don't think they should. I don't think
No,
they should. They don't. That's not a need. They have to address the defense. The offense is fine.
Guys, here's what's crazy. Think about this for a moment. The Raiders are coming up at 19. I told you about the depth chart at wide receiver entering the draft. Tyrell Williams, Zay Jones, Nelson Aguilar, Hunter Renfrow. I love Renfrow, slot guy, right? What a coup that the Raiders could pull off here, even though I'm not a big Ruggs guy as a primary option, but they may be able to get CeeDee Lamb at 19. Wow.
That would be crazy if that happens.
That would
This is
blow my mind.
the other teams may just need to make a defensive move to keep them from doing that because that's just not fair.
They need to cock them in some way. Is that where you're trying to?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Well, I mean, listen, I think that this kind of opens things up a little bit more because the way this is happening, there are teams like Minnesota who have draft capital, who could trade up, who could use a wide receiver. I think with the way this is right now, this could kind of inspire something.
Philadelphia's feeling good.
Indianapolis needs to.
Yeah, the Colts. Well, I mean, do the Colts have the draft capital to suddenly trade into the first round?
Probably.
Yeah, they do actually. It's a possibility.
I can't believe this. Oh my God.
He's so pissed off. That's the best. That's the best. Spill it, Niners fan. How you feel? You got the greatest defense ever.
Emotional.
I understand. I understand the pick because they traded away DeForest Buckner to get this pick. So we get a younger, very inexpensive DeForest Buckner. But when this falls in your lap like this, and we have Debo, and then I know they're dying to get rid of Marquise Goodwin. I know we're getting Jalen Hurd from next year. I know you got Trent Taylor, but stop me when I say someone that is a real playmaker. Holy God, it was just right there, and they just fumbled it. Well, I know I said 5 minutes ago.
Say this for San Francisco.
I had all the confidence in Lynch, but this one stings.
It's okay. It's all right. Look, this is a crazy deep wide receiver draft, as we talked before, right? I mean, there are going to be extraordinary values available later on in the draft. And this team, they've done their due diligence. They've done their research. They've done their homework. They have somebody in mind that they know is going to be available later on that they are, fine with, to be that wide receiver too, to be that complementary weapon to your boy Deebo Samuel, to go along with George Kittle as well. So, I would reserve judgment on your beloved Niners for now and see if they screw it up later.
I was kind of hoping for a corner at 31, to be honest. I thought they'd go that way, but like I said, you were right. They did their due diligence. I'm hoping that this is a great pick. But man, I was celebrating in my head for those whole 10 minutes.
Let me throw out this hypothetical to you. What happens if Denzel Mims is there at 31 with his enormous upside, with his uber athleticism? Yeah. Would you be satisfied?
Yeah. If they find somebody at 31 at wide receiver, I'm going to be okay. Like we've saying the entire time, it's very deep at wide receiver.
There will be a good receiver there.
Yeah.
We know that.
I was hoping for a corner. Kella Witherspoon certainly fell off last year. Sherman isn't going to last forever. Would have been a good spot to take a corner 31. I'll be happy with the receiver at 31. Yeah, for sure. But man, Judy or Lamb, it was just so nice.
I think John Elway, he's laying back in his chair right now with a big smile on his face. I think I'm willing to bet that he literally just picked his pants up.
I was gonna say, I think he has a magazine over his lap for a reason.
Howard, I think he's puffing on a little sour diesel here in the greater Mile High area. That makes a lot of sense.
You got to treat your glaucoma, right? And because there's got to be disbelief that my receiver is here and he's falling to me. Like nobody's had to spend any of their draft capital here. So
the Broncos, according to Charles Robinson, have picked Jerry Jeudy.
There we go. There's
I got what
I wanted. They got their speedy receiver.
Jerry Jeudy.
Judy.
Man.
Elway is
Second
a
only to
happy camper. Happy camper. So now we're expecting Atlanta to go defense here. I got to tell you, Adam, I think that you have genuine concern. I know Bowden is going out of his mind in his home right now with the prospect of CeeDee Lamb, whether that's right or wrong. I mean, how are we looking at it here? Whoever. If Atlanta goes defense, Cowboys, let's say if Cowboys are smart and they go with an edge rusher also and Chase on Miami, where are they going with that next pick?
Defense. They need defense. They've got a couple good receivers.
CeeDee Lamb at 19. I might have to walk off this live stream at that.
Miami's got to go.
Miami's
got to go line or defense.
What's that, Adam?
I hope Philly does not get CeeDee Lamb at 21. Then I'll be absolutely pissed.
Yeah, that would be bad. That's what we don't want.
You guys, the Raiders at 19.
It'd be stupid not to do it, right?
Look, again, Mike Mayock said he loves CeeDee Lamb. I think he was seduced by the speed of Ruggs. And, Al Davis's kid is like, hey, I got to listen to Dad. He's in the back of my head. The ghost Al Davis, woo, got to take speed. So that's why they took Ruggs. But if Mayock's guy is still there at 19, they got to pull the trigger. And I'm going to tell you right now, I just tweeted this. I think the Raiders will have pulled off the coup of the draft with both of those wide receivers on roster. No more excuses for Derek Carr. With Waller in tow and Renfro there, a very good offensive line. Josh Jacobs pounding the pill as well. This looks like a pretty scary offense all of a sudden. Maybe Derek Carr can get back to that 30 touchdown level from a couple of years ago.
He just needs to game manage. With the weaponry like that, he just needs to game manage. Doesn't need to be doing too much in there. But wow, this is not the way I thought. And I'm glad. I'm happy. I'm happy that this went down. Sorry, I know you're upset that your Niners don't get that desperate wide receiver that they need, but this shakes things up. This makes it interesting.
It definitely makes it. It makes it a little more fun than the first hour when it's just chalk, chalk, chalk. At least we're getting a little excitement this hour.
Yeah.
No doubt about it. No doubt about it. So then the question is, all right, so Atlanta, we got 4.5 minutes on them. We're going to wait that one out. Talk to me here, fantasy value for right now for Judy and for Ruggs. What round are you looking at? Let's say 12-team PPR. How early do you reach on a Ruggs or a Judy at this point?
Well, let's start with Ruggs first because, obviously I don't think he's going to be a high-volume wide receiver. This is pending, of course, what the Las Vegas Raiders do at number 19. If they go with CeeDee Lamb, I would clearly take CeeDee Lamb ahead of him, who I think could be a high-volume target within this offense. I think Ruggs more or less a wide receiver 4/wide receiver 5, a guy that should be, anywhere in that 100 to 120 range in terms of average draft position. I wouldn't extend the go-go gadget arm any earlier than that. And in terms of Jerry Jeudy, you got to remember, Drew Lock is a very unpolished quarterback. He had his moments in 5 starts last season. The offensive line, though, very good there in Denver. He should be able to make some strides, some advancements in year 2. You got Cortland Sutton there, who is the alpha dog. So, those guys are kind of counteract one another. Jeff Ratcliffe just tweeted out that sound you heard was the stock of Cortland Sutton plummeting. I vehemently disagree. I love you, Jeff, but I still think Cortland Sutton can be a top 15 wide receiver, even with Jerry Jeudy on the field and in uniform. But I think Jerry Jeudy probably going to be in that wide receiver 30 to wide receiver 36 range for me. And that Julian Edelman, Tyler Boyd, Brandon Cooks, Jarvis Landry tier of guys. So where do those guys go? Probably like round 6 to round 8 in a 12-team half-point PPR. That makes sense to me.
Yeah. All right. Jen, you more bullish on either of those guys?
I'm a little more bullish on Judy. I think he can have a lot of opportunity, and I think he could go a little sooner. I think he's ready for the NFL. He's the best route runner in the bunch of the draftees, and I think he could be awesome. It does depend a lot on Drew Lock, obviously, but Henry Ruggs, I don't see that being someone I'm going to reach for at all. Okay. Maybe next year.
Adam?
Yeah, Ruggs, I think is more of a wide receiver 4, wide receiver 5, probably better in best ball because he'll have a couple big games. I wish Judy was in a better spot, though, instead of, Denver with Drew Lock there and Sutton on the other side. Again, I like Judy's talent, but from a fantasy perspective, I don't love this spot, man. I think he's more wide receiver 4 for me.
Ryan, how about you? Bullish on either one of those?
I think I'm with pretty much everybody that I'm Judy over Ruggs for sure. Oakland's offense really doesn't thrill me. But the whole thing to me is going to come down to how the NFL offseason shakes out. Do we get OTAs? Do we get a full preseason? Or are these rookies gonna come in without a lot of time on the field with their team? I think that is the biggest factor. I think a lot of these rookie wide receivers are going to be at a disadvantage as opposed to previous years where guys got more time with their teams. I do like Judy. Drew Lock, showed a big arm at some times. He had a few good games. My only concern is he really, really locked on to Cortland Sutton last year. I know he had no other option, really, but at times it was like Sutton was the only wide receiver on the field. So we'll see how Judy acclimates himself. I think he's a wide receiver 5, and Ruggs, he's going to have to do something in the preseason to prove something to me that he might be a viable receiver this year.
A couple of the prop bets I was looking at, Henry Ruggs, it was the under of 15.5 pick. It was at minus 155, actually, for Henry Ruggs. The over was at plus 115. I'm not doing this to rub it in, Brad. I know you had the trifecta. I'm sorry, buddy.
No, it's all good, baby.
I'm sorry, man.
Full disclosure, Howard, I had Jerry Jeudy at plus 400 going to the Broncos, so I'm actually thrilled.
Did you think that sucker out? Did you think they were going to trade up?
I honestly thought they were going to trade up. Yeah, I did. I thought the Jets were a viable candidate there as a swapping partner. I thought Las Vegas, quite honestly, at 12, could have been somebody that they might have, exchanged a deal with. But, I knew from what I had heard that Jeudy was the top priority for John Elway. And again, I'm just shocked that he fell to 15 and he got his guy.
Well, he spent so many years trying to draft himself. Now he finally got somebody he felt was similar enough. So now he's got to get him the weapon. So that's where it is right now. Atlanta's pick is in. We're still waiting to see that. Some interesting. While we wait for that, anybody out here playing this SiriusXM Fantasy Sports Radio bingo? I'm looking at these cards here, and I'm like, come on, really? These are weird.
I didn't know about bingo.
I almost scored it here on anyone wearing a mask because did you guys see Dave Gettleman earlier on?
What, in his house?
All by himself. I don't understand why.
Man, yeah. Here's the Falcons pick.
Supposedly with Gettleman, he had chemo.
Gotta be chasing, isn't it? Gotta be chasing.
Terrell.
That's who I wanted the Niners to take.
Okay.
They took a deal.
You were right,
they
Jen.
went
You were right.
Wow.
That's who I thought the Niners were going to take at 31.
That's who you thought the Niners were going to take at 31. That
So
Terrell would
now,
have been a nice
Adam,
pick.
who are we going to pick?
Oh, here it is. Like Dallas. You guys talk amongst yourselves. I'm gonna text Bowden right now, who I'm sure is like wetting his pants.
Well, look, this comes down to, are you one of those best player on the board? I mean, for me, the best player on the board is CeeDee Lamb, but he's not a fit for Dallas. I mean, look, does he help the offense? Yes, but they need help on the defensive side badly. That's where they need to upgrade. I think they're Cooper and Gallup and Blake Jarwin, I'm fine with. They can find a slot receiver later or sign a veteran. It's not a big deal. Like, I like the way the offense is set up. You got Zeke in the backfield. Tony Pollard, they might use in the slot a little bit. They've been talking about that. So, yeah, Lamb's the best talent on the board. Yeah, I'm worried that Dallas might get swayed by that and take him when we all felt all along it was going to be a defensive player.
Usually Dallas is pretty disciplined. They usually stick to their plan. They usually do that. But Jerry Jones is in isolation.
Hey, he doesn't have his kid there.
He doesn't have a son.
And they usually don't go receiver in the first round. The only guy they've done it with recently is Des Bryant.
Jim Bowden says that he thinks that he would, if he were taken right now, he would take Lamb, but he thinks that it's going to be Chason.
I don't think he can, as much as I like Lamb.
It's going to be Chason or maybe Xavier McKinney. Could be a possibility.
Oh, I like the McKinney call there also.
Could be. That could be.
They definitely
Jen
need
wants
it.
Lamb. I can tell by looking at you. You want Lamb.
Well, I've got stars in my eyes. Mari Cooper, Michael Gallup, and CeeDee Lamb. That's sexy. Come on.
Jerry is sitting 6 feet away from the person next to him. I appreciate that.
Probably his wife. I would sit 6 feet away from my wife too, which is why I'm not married.
This is what we wanted out of the draft. We wanted drama. We wanted some excitement here. This is really where it is. And I got to tell you, I do think that Jerry could go a little off the reservation here.
I also found it ironic that in the TV behind his head, the Salvation Army logo was behind Jerry Jones. I don't know, two things that don't go together better than Jerry Jones and the Salvation Army.
Don't they have that huge Salvation Army bucket that didn't Zeke get fined for jumping?
Oh yeah, that's right.
And T.O. did the whole shenanigans with it.
More product placement here. More product placement. Well, all right. So here we go. So
there's Jerry on his fancy leather couch. Of course, it's white.
So the smart move is defense here. They could go. Who is it?
Flashy move is Lamb.
McKinney. Well, yeah. I mean, that's the flashy one.
They could go Christian Fulton. They could go cornerback.
And then where does Miami go after that? Is this is interesting? And I could see Jackson.
Josh Jones.
This is going to be back-to-back defensive players for sure. If it's not McKinney, I think Miami takes McKinney with the next pick. Miami could also look at a Kenneth Murray, linebacker out of Oklahoma, tackling machine. That would make a lot of sense for that franchise. I mean, Miami needs a lot of help on defense, and I hope they take an offensive lineman at some point soon too.
Yeah, their defense was absolutely awful last year. They got to do something. They got to address it with multiple picks between today and tomorrow.
Pick is still not in.
Did you guys see the Jets taking offensive linemen like they should have? Did you guys see that? Oh, man.
I I'm so happy you're
joyful.
happy, Howard, over your team's pick.
I'm happy you're
Right.
happy.
So pathetic. What a horrible organization here. How about the Jaguars? We talked about the Jaguars, the possibility of them thinking about wide receiver, possible move up here.
I'm not seeing it. I had Jacksonville pegged for a DB. Maybe they go Christian Fulton out of LSU. That could be a possibility. But I think Justin Jefferson goes 21. I just the curiosity here is
To
Vegas.
Philly.
I'm just so fascinated at them possibly getting CeeDee Lamb and Ruggs that it's just on my brain. I can't get it out of my head right now because I think it would be the greatest 1-2 punch at a draft that you could possibly imagine for Mike Mayock and company. I mean, they'd have to be giddy.
What are the current? Do we know the current odds of the Raiders as far as conference championship, Super Bowl, that whole? I mean, I'm obviously
Sure,
getting ahead of
there's
myself.
a lot of zeros in it, I'm sure.
I want to know.
And who would have thought if they go Ruggs and Lamb that they would have taken Ruggs first?
No, I don't think anybody would have thought that. That's definitely the surprising thing to have Lamb fall into their lap. Or what if they don't even bother? What if they've got something on Lamb? They just don't, which is why they went Ruggs.
Here's the over-under on Raiders wins, 7.5 this season, minus
Wow.
110 either direction according to PointsBet.
Oh,
That's high.
7.5, yeah. Well, I mean, listen, I think they could turn out an 8-8 season. That wouldn't surprise me.
Marcus Mariota comes in and saves the day. No, I'm only.
Look at this. Look at Jerry and Mike McCarthy.
I know Jerry and Mike on the phone together.
Like they're best friends.
I think it's the
But
first
yeah,
time they've ever spoken.
And it looks like they're both on a landline.
No, Mike McCarthy spent the night
That
at
is
Jerry's
true.
whenever he did his interview.
The best part, I remember when
They had a
McCarthy got
slumber
the job.
party.
You're right.
That's how he got the gig.
And McCarthy
That's
told
right.
me he watched every game of the 2019 season. Later, he's like, I just said that because I wanted the job.
Here we go.
Pick is in.
Let's go.
Holy mackerel. Wow.
Did they do it? They took Lamb?
I believe so.
How
I
are
think
you-
that's what I just heard on the broadcast.
You were going.
Come on,
That's-
show me.
It is.
There it is.
Oh,
It is.
wow.
I knew it
Wow.
when he
Oh,
fell.
my God.
Sexy team, Adam Ronis.
When he
Wow.
fell.
I
Wow.
know.
When I
Maybe
saw
they
this
did. You know what?
breaking, I thought this
Maybe-
could happen.
I
I
broke
thought this
my
would happen.
camera. I broke my camera. I got so excited. Jim Bowden.
So
All
they
right, and they-
so they go for quote unquote best weapon over sensible needs.
I think that's
Well,
what
that's
happened.
okay.
There's no way they thought Lamb was going to be there, and none of us did. I didn't see. Did you see any mock where he went to
No.
Dallas? No way.
No.
So
No.
they must have pivoted, and they must have said, you know what?
Yeah.
We had him high on our board. It's not a need, but he's best player. Maybe they were enamored with some of the defensive guys. I just hope that they have a plan for later in this draft to adjust the defense. Obviously, the offense was good to begin with, and you had Lamb, but
But here's the question: is the defensive player they're going to get right now that much exponentially better than CeeDee Lamb might be exponentially better over the next receiver? That's what the question they're asking themselves is, and
I don't
that's
think
why
so.
they.
They should have never taken a receiver. They didn't need to take a receiver. This is glitz. This is Jerry Jones getting the guy with the big flashy names for the headlines. It's a nice pick. It's a great weapon, but this is like we've been saying. This is an ill fit for what they needed. And Adam, defense isn't bad. But losing Byron Jones was a big hit, and to come back with
they
CeeDee
do need
Lamb
a
is kind of
cornerback.
surprised.
Their
But
biggest
they've
problem-
already been looking at Jeff Gladney, so maybe they think they can get him in the next round.
I mean, their biggest problem is for years, they can't rush the passer, man. Like you give the quarterbacks time to throw. It doesn't matter who the corners are. They're going to get open. And that's been their biggest problem. They don't force turnovers and they don't rush the passer. And, and obviously coaching has been a problem for them, but they have so much talent every year and they just can't get to the next level.
I'm still in shock here, guys.
I was hoping your Raiders thing came true. I really
Well,
was.
I know, but this is just not a team need for Dallas.
But when San Francisco went defense, didn't I say this would happen? That this could happen?
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm just, Jerry's gonna do Jerry. And like you guys said, he's there all alone. He's separated from his family. He's by 6 feet. So he's like, screw it. I'm going CeeDee Lamb. Mike McCarthy's like, hot dog. Yum. I love CeeDee Lamb too. Let's go. I mean, here's the thing, guys. And Michael Fabiano just said this on Twitter, or might have said it on air, that he believes now that Dak Prescott is the third quarterback in fantasy. Now, I disagree with that. I still got Kyler Murray there. But, again, one of those scoring duelists. Now he adds another weapon to the arsenal, which was already fruitful with Amari Cooper, Zeke, and, of course, Michael Gallup, who had over 1,000 yards last season. You guys agree or disagree with Fabs' take that Dak is QB3?
I think he's right there, 3, 4, 5. I'm with you. I really like Murray, but you throw in Prescott's, great season last year in the rushing yards. I think he's certainly in the discussion. I don't know if Lamb adds that much more offense. I think it takes, it might just disperse itself a little more evenly. I'm not sure because they pick Lamb that all of a sudden they're going to hand the ball off less to Zeke Elliott. I just think it's a little bit of a more dispersal of the yards than that much more yardage for Prescott. Zeke is still the man there.
Well, but see, is Zeke still the man there? And I guess that's really the question. What does this do to the value of Zeke? Forget about up in the value for a guy like Dak Prescott. The question is now you're investing in all of these offensive weapons. You've got Cooper, who you just gave $100 million to. Forget, maybe you're only looking at Cooper for 2 years, and that's why you take Lamb and say you're going more of the long haul. I don't know what
Cooper has plantar fasciitis.
He's not old either. I'm
not saying that he's old. I'm saying you got about 2 years with him probably. And then you've got Michael Gallup, and when is the last year of his rookie deal up? And does that bring CeeDee Lamb? But forget about that. Why are we investing so heavily in wide receivers when this offense is supposed to go through Ezekiel Elliott? That's what I want to know.
And it's defensive help. You lose one of the best cover corners.
I get that. I don't care. Listen, from a real football standpoint, I don't care. Dallas could go 0-16, and I'll do a little jig, and I'll be super happy about it. From a fantasy standpoint, though, where does this put you on with Zeke? If they're saying that we're going to go so heavily in the passing game here now, because, are they going to jump out to quick early leads and just run the ball out with Zeke?
Well, my biggest concern, quite honestly, is that defense for Zeke's value. Because if this defense is as anemic as I think it can or could be on paper, then that is a downgrade for Zeke Elliott. Now, he's going to get the volume. He's going to be an 80 to 85% opportunity share guy. You get a little Pollard sprinkled in there here and there, but Zeke is Zeke. This offensive line, even though you lose Frederick, still should be a top 10 unit. I'm buying him as my RB3. I'm not going to downgrade him, but I understand your concerns. And I don't think it has anything to do with CeeDee Lamb. I think it has more to do with the defense and not making that move at this point in the draft.
Adam, you're the Cowboys fan. Yes, it wasn't need, but talk to me here. How does this offense spill out? Does Zeke, with all the nonsense, is he wearing out his welcome there? What are we looking at?
They just paid him. So, he's still going to get the football. And if this offense is that good and they move it that much, it gives them more opportunity to finish off drives with touchdowns. Even though they passed more last year, they didn't throw a lot in the red zone. In fact, they moved the ball a lot, and they just settled for too many field goals. So, obviously, this makes the offense better. Dak definitely is top 5 quarterback. He's been a QB1 every year in the league, and he always gets the rushing touchdowns, too. He's usually in the 6 range. I think it's probably going to hurt Cooper and Gallup. I was loving Gallup. I wrote a piece 3 weeks ago saying I thought he was tremendously undervalued. He averaged more yards per game and more targets per game than Amari Cooper last year. And we all know about Amari Cooper being up and down. Cooper's probably going to drop now because of this, too. Even though Cooper was, if you look, he was very consistent before he got hurt. He had one bad game in the first 10 weeks, and then he was hurt. And he went out there and he tried to play. He obviously got shut down by Gilmore, had no receptions in that game. But if you watch him play, he clearly was not 100%. I know everyone likes to say, oh, Cooper's inconsistent. Look at his career. I think with the Raiders, that was true. He got locked down by the elite corners, and I don't think he was happy to be there. He wants to be in Dallas. He took less money. The Redskins offered him more. But it probably hurts Cooper and Gallup right now with Lamb in the mix. Because even Blake Jarwin's not bad either.
That's a great point, Adam. We're kind of overlooking Jarwin, and a lot of people think he's going to be a breakout candidate at the tight end position. Now I was going to see even friendlier coverage as a result,
But
right?
I mean, do you think maybe they're just planning on playing CeeDee Lamb in the slot as well and taking that Randall Cobb role?
Who knows?
I mean, not that they have plans.
I think it was just a big name, and they couldn't stop themselves. I think they just couldn't.
Dolphins, Steelers. Oh no, that was last year's trade. Sorry, I just saw a trade here.
They traded Minka Fitzpatrick.
They got Minka Fitzpatrick. Oh my god.
Oh my god, the Dolphins. All right, well the Dolphins pick is in, so I thought we were getting something crazy here, which would have been interesting to see.
Offensive line or defense. It's got to be their defense.
Because we're so sure. We know everything right now. We know it all. Again, that's my favorite part. It's my favorite part about the Friday after the first round of the draft is listening to everybody on the channel be like, man, I don't know. I didn't see that coming. This is what I thought. This is what I had on my board. It didn't happen like that.
For the last 5 picks, we scratched our heads over.
I think we've actually been more rejoicing over it. It's been fun. It's been exciting. Miami's making their pick right now. Who's it going to be? Dun, 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 dun.
It's got to be defense.
Austin Jackson. Tackle.
Oh, offensive line.
I thought they would take O-line, but Austin Jackson. That's
Somebody's got to protect Tua.
No, I like Austin Jackson quite a bit, actually. Probably one of the better offensive linemen left on the board. Big body guy out of the USC can certainly get it done. And look, this is a team that ranked dead last in run blocking and pass blocking efficiency, dead last in adjusted line yards allowed last season. You just invested in a fragile quarterback in Tua Tagovailoa. So this is a move that was a necessity for the Miami Dolphins. Now, guys, this prompts the question, the Dolphins at 26, do they go running back?
They could. I think that's probably what they do.
Yes, they do.
I hope not, because I have the under on 0.5 Murphy's taken in round 1.
I think they need to address the defense, but they absolutely could do running back. And a pass-catching running back would certainly do them well with Jordan Howard already on the team. They definitely, if they're going to go running back, they need somebody to catch the ball.
Right? Are we looking at DeAndre Swift?
I'm thinking DeAndre Swift. Swift is my pick.
My Lord. All right. Well, guess what? We're going to take a quick break here from the live stream. John and Pemba and Justin Fensterman are going to be back with us here. Raiders are on the clock. Brad, enjoy SiriusXM. Say hi to all the family over there for me, please. And we'll catch up with you guys later on. So stick around. More to come here from the NFL draft coverage from SiriusXM Fantasy Sports Radio, powered by Fantasy Alarm.
Welcome back, everyone, to the FantasyAlarm.com NFL Draft 2020 live stream here. Justin Fensterman and John Impemba back with you. And John, when you and I last spoke, we had some receivers that were still on the board thinking they'd go to other locations, and they ended up going, maybe the most shocking one, CeeDee Lamb falling all the way to 17, going to Jim Bowden's, Jen Piacenti's, Adam Ronis, half of our staff's Cowboys.
Yeah, I mean, when I was doing some pre-draft work, the one thing I thought was, you know what? The Cowboys are all set at their skill positions. They got Amari Cooper. You know, they have Michael Gallup. If anything, maybe they address the offensive line after Trent Frederick had retired at center there. But for the most part, I thought they were all set on the offensive line of the football side of the football. I thought they would go defense, maybe draft a corner, maybe draft a safety there. But no, CeeDee Lamb fell. Jerry Jones is not one to pass up on offensive talent. And they got Dak, yet another weapon. I mean, that is an explosive trio that's going to be there now with Cooper, Lamb, and Gallup. And some defenses still have to worry about Zeke. If you try to spread the defense around, they're going to run the ball right up the middle at you. That Cowboys offense just got a big, big bump.
Well, the Raiders started all of this because they drafted Henry Ruggs III, 12th overall, John. But then, number 19, the pick just came in, Damon Arnett, corner. So now trying to address other areas with their second pick in this draft here. So with Arnett there off the board, now the Jaguars on the clock at number 20. But let's talk about Ruggs for a second. You know, I put the reaction video out on FantasyAlarm.com regarding it because I thought Lamb, like I've said, was a perfect marriage for this situation. But here's the thing with Ruggs. He is quick as hell, man. The big key stat for him, that 4.27 he ran, the 40, the combine, it's one of the fastest times ever. I mean, this guy brings a lot of speed and deep route running to the Raiders.
Yeah, I mean, that's what it is. I mean, the fact was that Ruggs didn't actually catch a ton of deep balls there in Alabama, but the speed is, you're right, it's there. It's there to stretch the field at the NFL level. You know, they do have burners in Tyrell Williams. That was a big downfield threat for them there at Oakland. But, I mean, with Renfro going now underneath over the middle at the slot, you can stick a really fast guy out there. They're going to have to go ahead and keep up with Lamb there. I mean, with Ruggs, rather. You know, it's funny with Oakland, right? Like, they always seem to draft the fastest guy on the board. You know, it was Darius Hayward-Bay all those years ago, shocking everybody when they took him because of his, lightning fast speed. And now we have a much better receiver with Ruggs, but still a good pick for them.
I'll say this. You just mentioned Darius Hayward-Bay. I had never seen someone more upset just being drafted than DHB back in the day when he was going to the Raiders. And I get it was the Raiders, but, dude, you just got drafted in the National Football League. Get that puss off your face. You guys should search that, his reaction, because it's terrible. You would think that he's hating life, and the guy just essentially got his life made for him back then.
Not to mention that he was supposed to be an end of the first round draft pick, and he went 7th overall. I think that had a lot to do with a lot of things right there. You would think, hey, you're about to get paid top 10 money, but the reason why he never really panned out either. Speed is not always the key factor, but Ruggs is a much more talented wide receiver than he was.
Let's talk about the fantasy perspective for a second before we get to Jacksonville's pick at 20th overall. We were talking about Ruggs. Now let's go back to Lamb for a second. What happens to the other receivers? That's the big question. What happens to their value? What happens to Cooper? Even guys like Jarwin. I mean, that's adding somebody else in there. It wasn't a position of need, but still a very dynamic receiver. And it's funny because this is why out there you guys can't read and buy into all those popcorn headlines, because everything with Lamb was that he's the most complete receiver in the draft class. Well, why did he just slip then? Why was that? Because, and I'm not asking you, John, it's more a rhetorical question. I'm not asking you for that answer because you don't know. But I'm just saying that's why you have to read beyond the headlines that you read in reports, because you would have thought that this guy was God's greatest gift coming out and he was going to be the first receiver off the board. Was not the case. What happens to these other Cowboys options?
I mean, obviously, you have to think they probably take a little bit of a hit. I mean, it all depends on really, like you said, he's the most completed receiver everybody was expecting. Does he really step right into the offense and become that threat? I mean, it took Michael Gallup a year to really develop, and Gallup had a 1,000-yard year last year. But it's a crowded spot. I can't imagine he's going to come in and take over, and be that number one receiver. Obviously, Cooper's there; they just paid him all that money, But you could definitely go ahead and assume that someone's going to get a piece of the pie taken away from them. I don't think Jarwin is really going to figure in too much in that offensive passing attack. I think it was really going to be the two receivers and then the running back there with Elliott. But, Lamb's definitely going to get his share of touches. But the location where he went probably lowers his value now. Everybody was hoping he was going to go to a spot where he would be a feature number one, clear-cut number two receiver. Now it's a crowded offense with a really good running game. So it'll be interesting to see exactly, where he now falls in dynasty drafts, where he's going to go in fantasy drafts, and what the upside he's going to bring to the table.
Let's talk about Jerry Jeudy quickly before we get to the Jaguars. And Jeudy wondering if he fell a few spots because all of a sudden the last few days, this knee injury and whatnot has popped up, wondering if it was fake to maybe get other teams off of him. But going to Denver, was a little surprised that San Francisco did not go after him. But Denver was actually where I expected, because I expected Lamb to go to the Raiders, Jeudy to Denver. They needed a receiver. It's a great fit for him.
Denver needed a receiver. That was my number one pick for them, when doing some of the draft evaluation, was they needed somebody opposite of Courtland Sutton because they just did not have that. Last year on their roster, once they traded Emmanuel Sanders, Deshaun Hamilton never stepped up like people had hoped. Sutton, breakout season. I took him in a lot of fantasy leagues, but it's great now that he has a true number two weapon. Give Drew Lock another receiver to target. They have the great running game there, with Gordon to go ahead and pair with Phillip Lindsay. Hopefully they go ahead and address that offensive line with some additional picks in this draft and really give that offense a chance to develop there under Lock.
Going to put you on the spot here, John, but that's what happens when you're a man of many hats, as you are managing editor of FantasyAlarm.com. From the fantasy perspective, who do you have the biggest expectations, the highest expectations for between Ruggs, Jeudy, and Lamb?
Lamb is at least going into the best offense, has the best quarterback at least. So, if something happens to, Gallup or Cooper, he's going to step in and have the best opportunity to produce. I'm not a big Derek Carr fan, but, there's at least an opportunity there for Ruggs, to be the number one guy. Williams has dealt with his injuries in the past. He's really only a deep threat. If I was picking one to have the best development, though, I think I would go back with Denver and go there with Jeudy and see how he develops there next to Courtland Sutton. I think they are a great 1-2 punch. I think he's going to get a ton of targets as that number two option next to Sutton. So I'm going with Jeudy as my number one. I'd go with Lamb probably as number two, to be honest with you, and then Ruggs is number three because, again, with that speed, I don't know how they're going to use them, and I don't know if I trust Carr really to take advantage of that.
That's the problem with the receivers. It's that control is essentially out of their destiny because it's who's under center that's throwing them ball. So that's something that we're going to have to watch out for with Ruggs. Once again, you guys can chat with our Fantasy Alarm team on our live chats on the site, and also follow the draft in real time with our draft tracker run by Dan Servo-Didio. As the Jaguars are making their pick, they got Chasen. They went with a linebacker, Chasen. So I was about to ask you, John, because they addressed the corners with Henderson earlier on. I thought they could use a receiver, and I started to think Jefferson here, but instead they go Chasen.
Yeah, again, like I said to you when they took the cornerback earlier, they need to fix the defense. There's just a lot of holes there with all the pieces that they've lost since that team a couple of years ago. And this is a wide receiver rich draft, so it's nothing that they need to address in that first round. So to me, I like the pick. They need to continue to address the defensive side of the football and shore up that end, and then hope the offense can move enough, run the ball well enough, control the clock, score. But they need to minimize the scoring that's happening against them if they're going to have any chance of winning football games.
Up next at number 21, right now, I'm sure a very sad Eagles team thinking they were just a few picks away from possibly landing the Lamb. Instead, could they be a team for Jefferson?
I think they should be a team that goes at the wide receiver position because, there are just so many injuries for them last year that they were throwing to a bunch of nobodies by the season's end. And it really, probably hurt their overall playoff chances. I mean, not playoff chances, but chances once they got to the playoffs. Just the lack of weapons there. Obviously, Carson Wentz getting hurt didn't help either, but adding a guy like Jefferson's at least going to give them some depth to hopefully develop there. Hopefully J.C. Garcia-Whiteside also kind of develops a little bit further there in Philly and kind of helps them as well. But wide receiver should certainly be a position of need for them as well, somebody on the defensive side of the football.
We saw Zach Ertz and Dallas Goedert get involved. So with that, again, the Eagles do have options, but adding another receiver does seem like the smart move. But if you look at the Vikings, who are picking right after them in the 22nd spot, then the Vikings, another team, now with no Diggs, they could use a receiver. So if I had to guess, Jefferson's probably going in one of the next two picks.
He could go the next two picks, and then, the Patriots are a couple of picks away now, too. I wasn't sure.
I was going to ask you that next. Jordan Love.
Where do they go with that? Love has been rumored. They, too, could use some depth at the wide receiver position. Julian Edelman's not getting any younger and getting more injury prone. Mohamed Sanu only has a year left on the deal for him. They drafted N'Keal Harry in the first round last year. They need some weapons for Stidham, or if they go ahead and draft a quarterback, that would be an interesting play as well. But I'm very intrigued to see exactly which way Belichick goes. Of course, my long-holding belief since the beginning has always been that he's going to trade. I think he trades out and acquires more draft capital. But it'll be interesting to see here.
What do you want? If you were making the decision, what do you want the Patriots to do in a couple picks from now?
I would like them to address the linebacker position, to be honest with you. If Patrick Queen is still there, I think that would be a great fit for them. They lost a lot of linebackers this offseason. Kyle Van Noy left, Landon Roberts left, Jamie Collins all left. So, Queen is one of the highest rated players at the linebacker position still on the board, coming out of LSU where, he really respects that program. I think that could be a great spot for them to address the defensive needs. I think that's where I would like them to go. I wouldn't be a fan of a quarterback pick here, to be honest with you. I'd rather them go with Stidham and then maybe take another quarterback, third, fourth round, somebody in that range. Because if you draft Jordan Love here in the first round, then you're really taking a risk because that guy's been, hit or miss depending on what analysts you're reading. I think it's too much of a risk as a first round pick. So that's the way I would take a look at it there.
The Patriots, according to reports, the Patriots are not going to force a quarterback. So, John, you might get your wish there, but these next three picks are going to be very interesting. Also, very interested to see when these running backs, if we're going to get any in the first round here as well. But outside of that, just thinking about who else is on the board. We haven't seen tight ends. Apparently, this is a stacked tight end class. Cole Kmet, where's he going to go? Good amount
so
of
I've
teams.
seen some mocks that actually have Kmet going in the first round to the Patriots, but largely this draft, hasn't been ranked that highly. Kmet's been the best of the bunch there, but he's long considered a day 2, maybe an early day 3 pick. So while the Patriots certainly have the need at the tight end position, it will be interesting to see if that's a direction that they end up going, because that would be sort of. And again, it's not unlike Belichick to draft outside of where players are projected to go. But Kmet, I think at 23 would be earlier than many would expect.
What about Troutman? Because this guy's a big guy and will help out with blocking. Just another guy that just a big-bodied guy can help out short routes as well. I love him. That's a guy I want to see drafted first at the tight ends. Again, from the tape alone and the size.
Yeah.
I love what you see with him. He seems to have it all.
Yeah, and he's also coming from sort of not a high class college either. Where Kmet's come from Notre Dame. Troutman, from a lot of things that I've read, is probably the most polished receiver of the group as well. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see if that's where they go. I'm looking at NFL.com right now. They have him ranked 3rd of the tight end group in terms of grading, behind Kmet and Harrison Bryant of Florida Atlantic. But again, this tight end class wasn't really as good as it's been in other years. So I expected maybe the Patriots to address this in more of a third round where they have 3 third-round picks, 2 fourth-round picks. But again, if they take Kmet, I'm not going to hate it. The guy was a really good player for Notre Dame, and if they're going with a younger quarterback, I love to sort of correlate younger quarterbacks with tight ends, because they sort of run those underneath routes. They're safer plays. So Kmet would be an interesting spot at 23. Again, I feel like they're going to trade out, and if I had to have my pick, I would like them to address either linebacker or defensive line here.
Well, the Philadelphia Eagles just addressed a receiver, and it was not Justin Jefferson. Jalen Reagor from TCU. This guy I was seeing in reports was gaining some steam a little bit later on. Saw that maybe a team like Denver was interested in him, and all of a sudden started shooting up mocks. Now goes to the Philadelphia Eagles. We said it, they needed another receiver, and they got one with him.
Yeah, they did get the receiver we were looking for. A receiver we expected, not the receiver maybe we had predicted. Reagor was actually, Dan Servideo again, his mock draft. He has over on Fantasy Alarm. You can check that out. He had Reagor going to the Green Bay Packers, which is definitely another team that needs to address the wide receiver position. But they had him, projected to go number 30. Again, NFL.com, if you're looking where they have Reagor projected, he's about like the 8th ranked receiver on their board. Do a quick count here, 3, 6. So he was their 8th ranked wide receiver. They still had Jefferson, Pittman, and Higgins all ranked ahead of him. So they're kind of maybe going a little bit off the board. But at this point, all these guys, it's such a deep draft class. Reagor's going to fit in there well. Where he fits immediately, we'll have to wait and find out. But again, they desperately needed help at that position.
Another wide receiver off the board. Not going in the order we thought. I'm glad I didn't actually place my bets on these. I got the Judy one right. I got the pairing right with that. But still, reeling from Lamb, slipping to the Cowboys like that. Again, I'm just still shocked. That's probably to me, and you can tell me what the most shocking thing has been tonight for you. For me, this has to be it with CeeDee Lamb going to Dallas.
Yeah, I think that has to be the biggest surprise pick so far, because everything that I've read and again, we do our preparation for these things. Every mock draft I saw, there was not an offensive player being taken by the Dallas Cowboys here. Definitely not a receiver, offensive line here and there, but not a skill position player. CeeDee Lamb falling to the Cowboys, no less. Big surprise. Surprised nobody traded up to try to trade for him. So for me, my 2 biggest surprises so far in this draft would be the Lions staying put at 3, and now seeing the Cowboys draft the wide receiver at 17.
We're off the schneid, though, when it comes to trades, though, John, because we did have a minor trade, a move up one pick type deal.
One pick. Yeah.
That's it. One pick. That's what we have thus far for trades. All these trades. Come on, everybody. Get out of quarantine. Let's make this a fantasy-style draft here, and let's get some trades going. But if you listen to Ronis and I, we don't play fantasy to trade. We play fantasy to win and dominate. And Tampa traded up just one pick and traded the number 14 and 117 overall for number 13 and another pick later on as well. So not big there. Not big. And we're waiting on the Vikings. Who do you think that they're going to take?
And it should be a receiver, right? They traded Stephon Diggs. So replace Stephon Diggs as best as you possibly can at this point, right? I don't think BC Johnson, for as great as he performed, in need last year at times, and it really wasn't tremendous production there. They should have to go ahead and fill a void, fill the hole here, and take one of the top receivers off the board. Justin Jefferson's there, Michael Pittman, T. Higgins are all there, still as kind of the top ranked receivers there. This should be an easy pick for Minnesota. If they're looking for other areas to address, their offensive line is usually terrible, so they could go ahead and try to build up that offensive line. But last year, their defense became a weakness at times too, especially in the secondary. So maybe get some safety help here to help some of the ball coverage over the top. In past years, Minnesota's defense has always been a strong suit, but it just wasn't the case last year. So I could see them going safety corner. But I think receiver should really be the choice here. Even in a deep draft, don't let too many of these guys go by.
I mean, again, you mentioned Pittman, Higgins, and Jefferson. They could go here. Maybe the Patriots do take a receiver. I mean, you read that, I don't want to say garbage, but garbage receiving corps that they have right now. John, I'm sorry, John. I'm sorry. I'm not intentionally taking shots at you.
No, there's not much there. I'm an honest Patriots fan. I may be wearing my Julian Edelman jersey, but again, his age is catching up to him. He's been hurt a lot lately. Now there's no Tom Brady. Who knows how motivated he really is at this point? Now knowing that he's kind of by himself. And like I said, Sanu coming off a big injury last year as well. Only a year left. N'Keal Harry, was on IR for most of last year. They're going to have, Stidham or another guy, unfamiliar with the system. So, getting some more help at the skill position player could be, beneficial. Plus, the one knock with Tom Brady was that he didn't really trust the rookie receivers. Well, Stidham doesn't really. I think he's going to go ahead and use these guys, take advantage of their skill set, and kind of learn with them. So if they do go receiver, I would be a little bit surprised. I would still like to see them address the defensive side of the football, given the losses that they've had on that this offseason. But it'll be interesting to see what happens. Again, I'm still expecting a trade to occur here. Maybe a team trades up to go get a Jordan Love.
Yep, and it's funny because I'm watching it right now. I keep looking up at the TV just to make sure we're not seeing any trades. There it is.
Chargers traded with the Patriots. Chargers are now sitting at pick 23. So, again, that was my prediction this whole time, was that New England wasn't going to keep it. NFL.com just updated it. The Chargers are at pick 23 now. We'll have to wait and see exactly what that deal is, obviously. But this was my guess all along. Now, the question is, what are the Chargers moving up to get? Because they drafted Justin Herbert earlier. Could they be going for a running back here? They don't have Melvin Gordon anymore. Yes, they have Austin Eckler, but is Austin Eckler going to be, the pick that, they're every down back? Can they handle that? There are, running backs that should be going.
Productive his last 2 years.
I know, but he's been productive, but he's not like your hand the ball off running back. He's a pass catcher. This is a spot where we've seen Swift or Taylor end of the first round, early second round, kind of come through. So we'll see what happens. We will see what happens there. If they end up going with a running back, but they could also go ahead, draft a wide receiver because they're there. They really only have Keenan Allen, Mike Williams, or they could go the defensive side of the football because Ingram and Bosa both have their contracts up at the end of the year.
Watching this whole Vikings pick is in. It's almost like I have to start tracking stoppage time. Don't say the pick is in if we're not going right to the podium. Let's go already, Minnesota. Waiting for them. Let's talk about the Saints very quickly. Jordan Love, Drew Brees. He's as old as my hairline looks, essentially, 85. But at the same time, we've heard the reports over the last couple of days that the Saints will unlikely be targeting a quarterback. But again, those are just reports, though, because you do have Brees and Taysom Hill, and the way they use Taysom Hill, can they rely on him as a full-time backup quarterback, or do you think they end up going with a Jordan Love?
I think they should definitely draft a quarterback. It'll be interesting to see exactly where they end up going, in the draft and when they decide to address it. I don't know if it'd be smart to use a first-round pick. Again, Love is just so hit or miss, It just doesn't seem like a selection that I could see the Saints making here. I'd like them to shore up that defense. They already got the offense going there. They signed, Emmanuel Sanders. Helping out the defense would be great for their kind of final push there for Drew Brees, whatever many years he has remaining. And again, take a quarterback in the middle draft, maybe Jake Fromm or something like that, a prospect that can develop, learn the ropes from Drew Brees, and not really have that big time project with Love there.
The Vikings end up taking Justin Jefferson. So
we knew it was going to happen. We knew.
They're watching us. John, we're predicting everything here. You were predicting the Patriots trading us with Jefferson? Come on. They're listening. They're trying to gain the tips from us.
Listen, Bill Belichick loves trading draft picks. He loves getting the draft capital. I'm looking right now to see if we have any word on exactly what the trade was. I haven't seen the exact details of it yet. But, I have to imagine it's a second-round pick, because they don't have 37 and 71. So it's a second and third-round pick. So the Patriots now have 4 third-round picks 2 4th-round picks and a second. So they didn't have to wait long, obviously, in the second round. They're, the 6th pick in the second round or 5th pick in the second round, and then they acquired an additional 3rd-round pick. A beautiful trade for New England. Love it. Get all these middle-round picks and let's go. I think this is a great start to a rebuild because this is what the Patriots are in now. They're in a rebuild.
We thank our producer, Matt Sells, for tracking these trades for us. A lot going on. Finally, in the words of JR, good old JR, John and Peppa, business is certainly picking up.
Sure is. End of the draft, always going to be fun.
We're going to get it back to Howard Bender and the crew to find out what the Chargers are going to do now that they traded for the 23rd overall pick. Again, you can chat with our analysts on fantasyalarm.com and also follow along the draft tracker, Dan Servodidio. That's what he's doing. That's what we're all doing. We are here to help you dominate. The fantasy football season has begun, waiting on the Chargers, and we'll send it back to Howard Bender and the rest of the crew.
So with the 8th overall pick in tonight's NFL draft, the Arizona Cardinals could have gone a few different ways. Their star quarterback, Kyler Murray, has been campaigning for his former Oklahoma teammate, CeeDee Lamb. In 2018 at Oklahoma, those two connected for 60 catches, 1,100 yards, and 11 touchdowns. Now, the Cardinals had bigger needs. They could have gone with an offensive tackle, which this draft class had plenty of, and plenty of talent as well, or they could have gone on the defense, which has been a huge need for the Arizona Cardinals. Last season, they allowed 120.1 rushing yards per game. That's 23rd in the NFL. 282 passing yards per game, which was second to last in the NFL. And 27.6 points per game, 5th worst in the NFL. They had a clear need on defense. They've got Chandler Jones. They have Patrick Peterson. They have really good players on defense, but those two alone won't help them. The nice thing about Isaiah Simmons, he's a heck of an athlete. Best linebacking prospect in the NFL draft this year. And he's a bit of a Swiss Army knife. He can play multiple positions if you want to move him to safety. He's a great linebacker. He can even line up as an edge rusher. Ran a 4.39 40 at the combine. Best linebacking prospect they've seen in years. It's kind of a blessing that he fell to them with the 8th overall pick in the NFL draft. Cardinals fans should be very excited, and we should see a little bit better improvement for the defense for Arizona this year.
Welcome back, everybody. It's the SiriusXM Fantasy Sports Radio live stream powered by Fantasy Alarm. I'm Howard Bender, back in the saddle here, and Ronis is still sitting here with me. Piacenti's still sitting here. But how about this? Because the three of us, got to enjoy that middle hour where all the meat and potatoes was for the draft. Bob, Jeff, you guys, man, how was that hour for you? There was some crazy stuff going on. We thought for a little while there that the Raiders were going to end up with both Ruggs and Lamb.
Well, I don't eat meat, so the taters were great, though. No, it was a great little run. We thought the wide receivers would go off. Didn't know they'd go off in that order. Makes perfect sense, though, when you view the big picture. Ruggs, the 4.27 speed, going to the Raiders where, somewhere Al Davis is wishing Mark had a better haircut, but he's really happy that they got a really fast receiver. I think for me, Judy goes to a prime spot. I love him working alongside Cortland Sutton. Good news for Drew Lock. I think, I think the Cowboys, look, Lamb's a great playmaker. I don't think it's the best fantasy news, certainly not for, Michael Gallup. Maybe Amari Cooper takes a little bit of a hit. All right news for Dak Prescott, and rest in peace to Dak Prescott's brother just announced his brother Jace passed away sadly today.
Yeah, that's terrible news. Wishing all the best to Dak and the rest of the family there. It's definitely got to be a tough time for them indeed. Jeff, talk to me here. Let's. This is kind of an interesting thing because we were talking earlier about fantasy value. And where it goes when you pick up a guy like CeeDee Lamb, like Dallas did, because they went, that was Jerry being like, oh my God, I can't believe this dude fell into my lap right now. I'm so excited. It's like the dream of all dreams. So he didn't address team need, but from a fantasy standpoint, what does this do for you? Value of Zeke, Gallup, even the value of Lamb coming into this offense now where he's, clearly the number 3 wideout.
And we have to talk about the value of Amari Cooper as well. I think it does put a damper on Cooper. And, we had the discussion of, was Amari Cooper really a wide receiver 1 in the build-up to the draft? And I ended up putting him at 11, so he's right on the cusp there. This now bumps him down because there's too many mouths to feed. You're going to have to get the ball to CeeDee Lamb. You're going to get the ball to Michael Gallup. And ultimately, hey, I don't like these landing spots. I don't like the landing spot for Judy either. I have a lot of people, I said that sound you just heard was Cortland Sutton's fantasy stock plummeting when the pick was announced. And people I got a lot of backlash to that. But the reality is Cortland Sutton was projecting out as my number 12 wide receiver. He is nowhere near that now because he had basically nobody to compete with before. You get Judy in there, who I'm projecting to see close to 100 targets. I had him at 90 targets. That's going to be some meat off the bone there for Cortland Sutton, and unfortunately, it puts a little bit of a damper on it. We just haven't seen the sexiness in terms of landing spots so far with these guys.
Well, with those guys, we haven't seen the sexy landing spot, but Adam, I'll go to you first here. Jalen Reagor goes to the Eagles. Justin Jefferson goes to Minnesota. I think both these guys actually find themselves in much better landing spots than the aforementioned top 3 wideouts.
Yeah, they do, which is crazy. I mean, we knew Philly had a need for a receiver. They definitely needed some speed on the offense. It was clearly lacking last year. Just the threat of Deshaun Jackson being out there just changed that whole offense. And we saw what he did in week 1. And then he got hurt, and they just had a tough time. And obviously they had a ton of injuries. So I thought Justin Jefferson would be the guy there. I thought he was a good fit in the slot. They went with Reagor instead, who definitely has a ton of speed. And Jefferson going to Minnesota, he played a lot in the slot, and that's where Adam Thielen tends to thrive. But obviously the trade of Stephon Diggs opens up a ton of targets for Jefferson in that offense as well. So, yeah, it is kind of crazy how, we have all these talented guys that just kind of landed in the wrong spots with CeeDee Lamb and Judy. Not bad spots, but just not ideal. I think we thought they could have been in better fantasy positions. I will say with Dallas, the one thing that could help, they could use Amari Cooper in the slot. And we've seen at times he does struggle against the elite cornerback, so that can pull him away. But they could use Lamb in the slot. They can really go in a different ways. So I still think Cooper and Gallup will be fine. But the problem is on a week-to-week basis, we just don't know where the targets are going to go. So you don't feel as good about those guys with Lamb coming in now. But again, with these rookie receivers, they're not going to have a lot of time to work with their new team. So that's something to keep in mind too.
Jen, let me ask you about Rieger here. Great speed.
Yeah.
But here's the thing also, here's a guy who you could use to return kicks, return punts, and often what we see with young wide receivers, young rookies, once they get, onto that special teams and they're the guys who have to focus, the majority of their game on the punt return, on the kick return, is that going to possibly inhibit Rieger, or do the Eagles just have such a dramatic need that they can't afford to pigeonhole him and have him focus on special teams so much?
They have such a dramatic need that's what they need to do. He's going to be absolutely just fine there. It's a great opportunity for him. I think he has a lot of fantasy value. He looked not so great maybe in his senior year because he was playing with one of the worst quarterbacks out there. I mean, TCU absolutely stunk there. The guy has breakneck speed. He's wonderful. So I'm excited for him to be in Philly and be able to be any kind of a threat. They can use him so many different ways.
All right. Well, Saints are supposed. Did the Saints make a pick? Did I miss the Saints?
Yeah,
center.
But they took Cesar Ruiz.
Oh, they took the center. There you go.
That was the other pick Dallas could have gone with.
Right. I didn't think they would do that, but that certainly was a
All right. So now here we are. We're looking at now. Did it surprise anybody? I was listening to John Impemba on the other live stream, who's a diehard Patriots fan. Was not surprised in the least that they traded out. Now they get themselves, you want to talk about more draft capital. Now they've got a top 5 pick in the second round. Plus they've got 3 third-round picks. They've got like 4 fourth-round picks. I mean, it's ridiculous the capital they have. How do we see the rest of this kind of panning out here? Bob and Jeff, I'll start with you guys here. Minnesota, what's the big need for them right now? And then what's the, and then the question is this where Miami goes running back?
I think so. I think Miami does go running back. The luxury pick we've been talking about, DeAndre Swift's sitting out there awaiting the call, and I think it'd be a great pick based on what they've done already. Quarterback, tackle, now running back seems like a very reasonable pick to me. As for the Vikings, I don't know, is the pick in? They're still on the clock. Boy, they could. I mean, they need a lot of help. I'm gonna say, maybe they go back to the secondary. Maybe they get an edge rusher. Either of those things possible.
Jeff, who you got on your board going to either one of these guys?
Well, I think that Jalen Johnson, the cornerback out of Utah, makes a lot of sense here. Medicals seem all right with him, and there's optimism that he's going to be just fine for the start of the season. I think given the challenges that they had, Xavier Rhodes, the roads were very much open last year in that secondary, and they need to get some young talent. We've been talking about it all night about how good this class is at corner. It's sort of flying under the radar because everybody's focusing at wideout. There's a lot of depth here, so that would make a lot of sense for Minnesota. And just me being selfish, I really want to see Swift come off the board at 26.
I do too. I'm with you there 100%.
All right. Well, when we started at the top of the hour, also the question was who was the player that was going to fall down to the Ravens? Bob, you were in on that one. Are the Ravens going to get somebody that we never expected here?
I don't know. Queens is there still. I don't know. Would it be totally shocking if they went wide receiver here?
I mean, Patrick Queen is a great call out. He could easily have gone way earlier. That's such a Baltimore pick right there.
Right, that's what it seems like, and it gives that defense a very versatile, high impact player, the kind of guy that I think Wink Martindale will make heavy use of.
Let's talk about some of the players who are still out there, still available, and what we're kind of thinking with certain situations.
We got to trade, guys. Real quick. Vikings trading out at number 25. 49ers are on the clock.
Oh. Who are the 49ers coveting right now? They shocked the heck out of.
They don't have enough running backs there.
Who do they need?
Do they go defense again?
Or maybe there's a wide receiver they were eyeing since they're
worried about Denzel Mims slipping. What's going on?
I don't know. Michael Pittman.
Chenault.
Oh, you know what? But see, yeah, I mean, that's
Chenault's basically very similar to Debo, though. I think we could see Chenault still go today, but Mims would make more sense given what they have there.
Let's see.
Yeah,
it's got to be a
don't know.
wide receiver, right? It's got to be what they're doing.
I mean, you have to think that that's what they were doing. I mean, that's what everybody thought that they were going to do when they had like CeeDee Lamb just sitting right there in front of them, and they ended up trading down the pick with Tampa Bay, and they end up grabbing Kinlaw. Which, I mean, listen, I'm not gonna knock Kinlaw. I think great addition to the defensive line. I don't know if that was the need for the team there. So I mean, I guess the question is are they viewing wide receiver as a big team need of theirs? Knowing that they've already got Kittle, they've got Deebo Samuel, maybe they're holding out hope for a guy like Dante Pettis?
It seems maybe Kyle Shanahan's kids were on the computer, and that's what happened there last time with that trade.
Oh, is that what it was?
Yeah, that's how they lost out on
CeeDee
CeeDee Lamb.
The Niners traded picks 31, 117, and 176 to Minnesota for 25.
That was the deal. Say that one more time for us, please.
The Niners traded the 31st pick, 117, and 176 to move up to 25. And I don't think the Niners have a lot of picks in the second and third either. So there must be someone that they really like here.
Somebody they want.
We're front loading this. Jeff, give me a listing of some of the top guys sitting on your board right now. Who you expect to go off. Top wide receivers still available here for you. What do you got?
Mims is the top guy on my board.
Mm-hmm.
When, you see a guy who, hey, they say is not very polished, but you see a guy at his size run sub 4.4 at the combine. Really intriguing guy.
Ooh.
Brandon Ayuk.
Brandon Ayuk.
Wow. No, that's a Byron special right there. Somewhere Byron Lambert is smiling. Hey, you gotta like the fact that Ayuk plays
right now.
He plays for played at Arizona State for professional level coaches. Herm Edwards is there. Really interesting skill set that he brings to the table too. I didn't think he was going to be a first round pick, but now seeing the team who took him, it does make a lot of sense. And now you're just getting more offensive weapons into a team that's already pretty darn good on the offensive side.
Yeah, this definitely, again, here you go. Another good, solid landing spot for a quote-unquote secondary, tertiary wide receiver in comparison to what we've seen with the top three. So
what about the receiving core they're building, too, of this young talent with Deebo Samuel. And don't overlook Jalen Hurd at some point here. Was impressing. Then they bring in Ayuk. He's coming off core muscle surgery, so that's something to watch. But the reporting has been, positive on that. But, man, he's another guy who can turn those short passes into big plays.
Yeah, definitely a very nice landing spot. Byron responded immediately with a called it. Yes. So, shout out to Byron. By the way, if you guys follow at Roster Watch, demand photos of Byron Lambert in a tank top. Just say it.
Yeah, it's worth your time.
Demand it. By the way, I've got somebody at Fantasy Alarm keeping count on prop bets. Everybody out there notice 2 cats, no dogs, 1 goldfish.
I saw 1 dog.
Did you see who had a dog? That was just a really ugly girlfriend, Adam. Come on.
This was when we took a break. Obviously, I haven't been able glued to the television being on this stream since the beginning, but I did see a dog on the screen.
I see 2 cats right now. Does that count? They're staring at me angrily.
They're like, feed us, Dad, feed us. Why is Kyle Shanahan letting his kids play with the computer stuff? That's just it's just not smart.
Terrifying, yeah.
All right, so Miami's up here next with their pick. The big question that I guess we're waiting to find out is how that prop bet for running backs happens. Is this going to be the spot where we get our first running back of the draft? They are on the clock. By a show of hands here, who says they go running back right now?
Wishful thinking, yes.
Adam, where are they going? You're the lone man, odd man out.
I don't know, because I'm hearing that they like Taylor and they think he could be there, obviously, day 2. So I'm not sure what they do, but I'm not convinced that it's running back.
Okay, all right, I can dig that. What about Seattle coming up at 27? Does Seattle dip into that cornerback market? Do we start seeing somebody like Christian Fulton go, or what about Xavier McKinney still sitting on the board at safety?
Could be McKinney for Seattle.
Nobody's got any ideas? Nothing.
I have a Spenza penciled in, but I don't know.
They could go edge as well. Yetur Gross-Matos is still there too from Penn State.
Use some offensive line help as well.
Can't we all use a little offensive line help?
I'd like to be less offensive, but I struggle with that.
Do you now, Bob? Do you now? Well, unreal. So overall takes. Let's just kind of as we go through it, we wait for the picks to come. The Joe Burrow pick. This is the funny part is that the beginning of the draft was like snooze fest galore. I guess it kind of got a little exciting when Isaiah Simmons went to Arizona at 8, and then it stayed pretty much the same. Shout out again to my Jets. Again, I'll continue to wipe the tears from my eyes if they didn't screw that one up. But then it really kind of went off the rails there, and from a fantasy standpoint, I'm really liking the back end of this draft more than I'm actually liking the middle of this draft.
Well, because there are actually skill players being drafted. I don't know. I thought the 2 picks of Randall Cobb were Rieger and Jefferson. I don't know. What do we really think is Rieger? What do we think of the fit, Jeff, for the Eagles with Rieger?
So at the combine, Jalen Rieger is jacked, like absolutely. When you could see him. Because it's a huge, space you go into. You could see him from 100 yards away, and you're like, who is that dude right there? Absolutely jacked, fast as well. And, I had a friend text me, is he like D-Jax? And I said, well, sort of, but, D-Jax on, just absolutely jacked up, yoked. The thing about this that I like, you have a whole bunch of short and intermediate guys in Philly. Alshon can do that for you when he's healthy. You have both tight ends who can do that for you. You don't need another short and intermediate guy in Justin Jefferson. You need a guy who can stretch the field. They didn't have anybody other than D-Jax in week 1 last year who could do that for them. Now they have it. Carson, all he has to do is just throw it downfield. Rieger can run under it. There you go. That easy.
That easy.
They're saying he's the Melvin Gordon of wide receivers. The most jacked guy on the field at any time.
Is he? Is that what we're looking for?
Melvin Gordon is
just the most yoked dude.
What a body that guy has. Amazing.
Bob, do you need some alone time for a little while?
I will when I get to my Melvin Gordon poster.
I think we've got I think we have a screenshot of just you, Bob, so we can just kind of drop that in there, and you can excuse yourself for a little bit if you want.
Dolphins talking with the Packers about a trading back, it looks like.
Yeah, it looks like the Dolphins and Packers talking about a trade.
Packers looking at a wide receiver need. Is that a Mims pick? Receiver.
Yeah.
That's Mims.
That's Mims.
So the what was the over on a receiver pop? 5.5, right?
I thought it was 6.5, but Brad said that he got it at 5.5.
Okay, went up to 6.5 to close somewhere, some books.
I think it might have.
All right, well then it looks like it's going to go over. We just need one more. It's already been 6.
Yeah. I think Brad hit the over on the 5.5. He had it 5.5 at one point. So if this trade goes down and the Packers move up, this is probably Mims. Yeah. I don't know. Any other what edge rushers? You said Gross-Matos was there.
Espenza's still there.
Oh yeah,
it could be Patrick Queen though. They have a need at linebacker.
Yeah.
I don't know if they move up for Mims. When you look at the remaining teams on the board, I don't know if there's a team that really stands out as going after wide receiver.
Green Bay gave up its 1 and 4 to make this move.
Interesting. Go on. Here we go. What was the prop on Green Bay going offense or defense? Let's find that one. Green Bay Smackers.
Green Bay could have thought maybe Baltimore was taking a receiver. Maybe.
Offensive player was minus 240 for Green Bay. Defensive player at plus 165. Oof. You guys do make a lot of sense about going with the linebacker. Dun dun da da. So as we wait for this to come in, the pick is in. What's it going to be? What's it going to be? Hey, has anybody counted people in a room yet? Do we have confirmation that nobody has gone over 9.5?
What constitutes a half?
I think if you look at Gutenquist, he's got like a couple halves.
Oh yeah, that's like 3 people in the room right there. No doubt. I need to like rewind on the DVR and find out how many people Chase Young had. He had a healthy number of people in that room. All right, pick is in. Green Bay.
All right.
Raise your hand if you're all going for an offensive player.
It's Jordan Love.
What?
No.
Wow. It felt like they had to move up for that.
Wow.
There you go. There's your future. Wow, he's going to get to sit behind Rodgers, too. Wow.
Whoa.
I wonder if he'll quietly stew like Rodgers did. That would be great.
Oh, man.
Then Rodgers will like retire, then unretire, then unretire and retire.
So are the page...
Rodgers going to be a total dick to him the entire time. He's going to be like, I am not mentoring this kid. He can sit and watch me the way Brett Favre made me sit and watch.
Goodness.
Yeah, Ian Rappaport saying they secretly coveted him all along.
Yeah, it was a secret for sure.
Did we not see what Jordan Love looked like at the end of the year last year? I mean, he was not a strong quarterback coming down towards the end of the season.
Doesn't he have a major fumbling problem?
I don't know about a major fumbling problem. I was surprised at the way he finished the season that he was getting as much love as he was.
Well, he is Jordan Love. I mean, he should get some.
The thing about Jordan Love that he has a lot of the intangibles you can't necessarily teach. He can make throws that normal human beings would never even be remotely close to making. The challenge with him, of course, is decision-making last year, but
17 interceptions.
It was a team that was absolutely decimated from the previous year, though, so I don't know if we can fully hold it against him. The beauty here, though, is you get a guy with an athletic ceiling that you can't teach, and now you're going to have the opportunity to teach him a lot of the things that he needs to learn, and he won't get thrown into the fire right away as a starter. This is crazy. This is what we were talking about earlier, Howard. We needed this wow factor. We got it.
Yeah, no doubt about it. No doubt about it. How does this shoot Jordan Love up your board in dynasty leagues? Like, let's say you're talking about
you're in a super flex.
You know what? Well, we'll go super flex and then we'll go regular dynasty. But how much does this push Jordan Love up for you in that draft?
I think for me, like in a super flex, certainly your any moving target is fair game, right? Even if you're going to have to wait a while. Aaron Rodgers has talked about being another guy who wants to play well into his 40s or at least a 40, and so it'll be interesting to see. But I would definitely invest some draft capital in that in super flex and in regular dynasty. I'd be a little slower to move on that. There are other guys I'd rather have and other positions I'd rather have, but. Certainly a guy that's in the mix now. It's just a little ways down the road. I mean, they coveted him. That tells you something right there.
Yeah, no doubt. Adam, dynasty leagues. How are you looking at Love and the possibility for him? I mean, obviously, when you look at Tua and you look at Herbert, those guys are going to go pretty damn quickly. Obviously, only because they could be on the field this season. But talk to me about Love, and then I guess Jeff and Jen will hit you up with the wide receiver values.
Yeah, not that much. I mean, Rodgers is 36 years old. He's not what he was, but I'm stunned that they didn't get him some help. I mean, this is a team that should be focused on now. I mean, they got to the the NFC Championship game. I don't know how. I mean, some teams blew it. I didn't think they were that good. But you look at that wide receiver core, and they got no speed. I mean, it's Devontae Adams, and this has been year after year that they have not been able to find him another weapon. And, to me, you look at winning now. So I'm surprised by this.
Yeah, Adam Schefter just tweeting, Rodgers doesn't get a first-round wide receiver running back for the 15th straight year. They get his successor instead.
Wow. Wow. Yeah. And then Green Bay, it's like all the way at the bottom. I mean, it is a deep wide receiver class, but is it a deep enough wide receiver class for them to get somebody who's a strong complement to Devontae Adams for the game right now?
I think it is. I mean, you're looking at guys like KJ Hamler, who will still be on the board, who can give you a complementary skill set.
Why can't my Jets get him?
This is surprising. People on Twitter, of course, Twitter is really bringing the A+ class this evening. But people trying to say this isn't a power move. This is a big time power move for Matt LaFleur. He's looking at his Green Bay Packers, not Mike McCarthy's Green Bay Packers. This is a big part of it right here. And you have to figure there's eventually going to be a tipping point where Rodgers gets pushed out. I would think. I don't think you make this move to have Jordan Love as your backup. And I really don't think, now fingers crossed on this one, that he's going to be the next Paxton Lynch as a late day one guy who pans out to be absolutely nothing. But time will tell.
Time will definitely tell. Jen, talk to me. Value of the wide receivers that have gone right now while we wait for Seattle to make their move. From a dynasty standpoint, are you looking at everybody based on overall skill, like the rankings as we had them coming in, or does anybody get a little bit of more of a bump because of where they landed?
No, I think there's definitely a bump for people like Jalen Reagor. I think that's a really better spot for him. And you're right that CeeDee Lamb, Jerry Jeudy, Ruggs, I don't really see them standing out in the first year or two necessarily in their situation. So, but I think that some of these lesser guys may end up surprising us. And let's face it, like how often has the first wide receiver in the draft actually been the best receiver? Like it happened with like Amari Cooper, but then there's been big misses like Josh Doxson. So maybe we shouldn't always just be expecting these first guys to be the guy. And there's a lot of guys in this middle range that could be real heroes for us.
I love it. This is nice and getting exciting here. And again, you're still sitting there and you look at some of the names who are on the board.
Here's what I think, Green Bay really missed. They should have totally gone Lynn Bowden here. Then they could have had a quarterback and a wide receiver.
And a running back.
They could have just like Swiss Army knife right there. See, didn't need to make all these trades.
Oh man! So are we gonna sit back and relax now? Expect some offensive line. Who are the top offensive line guys out there who are gonna make any kind of a difference in Seattle?
Jones, Josh Jones, probably the top guy on the board, offensive line. Ezra Cleveland as well. Those are probably the two guys that a lot of people expect to be a first round picks and could still end up being.
All right. They say the pick is in for the Seahawks. We'll take a look and we'll see what happens there. And then I think we've all kind of jumped onto the Patrick Queen train for the Ravens.
Baltimore. Mm-hmm.
What do the Titans need? What's the biggest need for Tennessee here?
Right guard.
Edge.
Possibly running back for when they run Henry into the dirt this year and then let him go on the cheap next year.
Oh man,
it's a mercenary business. Is what I'm saying.
That it is.
Oh man,
I just want I don't want to beat the dead horse or anything, but we need to remember we're talking about these wide receivers, and I have serious questions about what kind of contributions we should expect this year. Some of these guys, the more explosive playmakers, maybe they'll pull something off, make some plays, but I think consistent production might be hard to come by. I mean, they're, developing chemistry. I mean, we talk about this every year. We're watching the process of them developing chemistry in their new, learning the scheme is always a big deal. Some of these guys, like I love Jerry Jeudy. I like him maybe more than Jeff does, I think. I don't think Tim Patrick and Deshaun Hamilton, might hit the sidelines a little more and make way to Jeudy, but he hasn't worked against press coverage much. I mean, there's reason to question all these guys, especially without off-season programs to get them up to speed.
Okay, all right.
Man. I know I'm throwing cold water on everything.
You know what? Listen,
except Melvin Gordon.
Except Melvin Gordon. Doesn't bother me. Listen, again, one of the things that I love the most is that we've sat here and we've gone through this entire night, scratching our head after like the first 6 picks were done, and we got thrown for a little bit of a loop, and I think it's kind of panned out that way. I mean, there's some seriously nice picks here that have fallen down. Chase on to the Jags at 20. I think they were super psyched about that. Kenneth Murray. The Chargers trading up to grab him, or trade down. No, they traded up for him.
That was a good pick too. Nice value. That was a good value pick too.
It was a great value pick. Yeah, absolutely. Here they go. Jordan Brooks goes to the Seattle Seahawks.
Brooks.
Very interesting.
Huh.
I mean, again, it's a team that has a lot of needs still, except for the main skill positions. So, all right, so Jordan Brooks goes there. I think, Patrick Queen looks like an interesting option here. The Ravens. Where's my team needs? I don't have them all memorized here. Where are my team needs? Ravens. No.
This linebacker seems like it's the position they're going.
Yeah.
Yeah, they have a huge need at linebacker.
All right.
And Queen seems like the guy that just would be a perfect fit, kind of versatile, fast, 4'5", I guess, so I just not real big, but pretty athletic.
Oh, I got you. Queen sitting there. Zach Braun from Wisconsin still sitting there. That's an option as well.
And he gives you a bit of more of an edge presence.
Right.
But, you have your 3-4, so you could fit really well with that outside linebacker spot. He's somebody who a lot of folks did mock to Baltimore in this spot.
So I just I keep going back to the Packers thing. I mean, is there a coach out there who's thinking, I am Bruce Arians, I can do this, and steal away Aaron Rodgers, when he's 37, 38, and get something going. I just thought, what a crazy pick. I mean, it just seems like a slap in Aaron Rodgers' face. And even if it's not, he's going to think it is.
And he made a comment. He's like, yeah, we haven't taken a skill position player in the first round in 15 years. It would be nice to get one. And then they don't.
So you think the Patriots are going to go get Aaron Rodgers?
Wouldn't that be something?
Like, what kind of a stamp on your team in Green Bay to be the coach who got rid of Aaron Rodgers? What surprised me most about the Packers last year was how much Rodgers was buying into LaFleur's system without pissing and moaning. Like, there wasn't like this public outcry or anything like that from Rodgers. So I was like, okay, listen, he's appreciative of the ground game. He likes having Aaron Jones there as both a receiving option and something out of the backfield. He's got Devontae Adams. Build me some other stuff there.
And he showed a lot of leadership, in those West Coast games where they came up really small. I mean, he was calling people out, saying, look, these guys didn't do all the right things. He wasn't afraid to do that. He's in a good position. He can be that kind of leader at 36 years old and, having won a Super Bowl. I mean, I just this is an interesting pick. It's not going to go over well at the Rodgers house.
People going to be upset. People are going to be upset. How many times are we going to see that gif of like Aaron Rodgers throwing his little iPad or whatever, on the ground or something like that? I know that's due for some action now. Unbelievable.
That's my second favorite gif. I like the Melvin Gordon flexing gif, but I digress again.
Yeah.
Seriously, Bob, do you need some alone time here, Bob? Do you?
No, just once I find a weakness in myself, I keep picking on it. I'm my favorite opponent.
You are your favorite opponent. All right, well, let's take a look at what we've got coming up here in the next several picks. Ravens, Titans, Dolphins, Vikings have another grab, and then the Chiefs round it out. Biggest drop for everybody right now? I mean, it's funny. Like Xavier McKinney hasn't been talked about as much, and a lot of people were predicting him to be a first-round guy. But then all of a sudden, then people start talking about how the safety position is used, in college versus the way it's used in pros. And I don't think McKinney got a lot of deep safety work. And when it was mostly in that cover 2 scheme. There is that a potential shortcoming here of Xavier McKinney? Because, I mean, we can't talk about team needs because people have passed over team needs to bypass McKinney. Anybody? Serve it up. Somebody got an opinion here? Nobody? Nobody's got a thought?
I just think that there's been the way it's gone down with values and things like that. Did we think Dallas was going to take CD Lamb? No, we all thought they were going to take Chase on. And I just think that's what happened to McKinney. And he's going to get taken soon. He has to.
Austin Jackson at pick 18, Damon Arnett at 19. Like, I mean,
that was a surprise.
I mean, I didn't the Arnett pick. I don't really understand. Jackson, I think Miami could have gotten much later on in the in the draft. Again, they have the picks coming up here at 30, and then they've got the 2 top 10 picks in the second round.
Well, I think Jackson is a first-round talent. I had him as the top offensive tackle at left on the board at the time, so I don't know if that's as the Arnett one, yes, but Jackson I'm fine with. When you look at what they needed, not a big deal that they picked him there.
I'm not saying it's a big deal. I'm just wondering why a guy like McKinney is falling the way he is.
Also, the over/under on wide receivers was what, 6, 7, 6?
Thought it was 6.5.
6.5. So we're right there.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Ravens could take one.
Yeah, I mean, Mims is still in the mix here for somebody, maybe not.
The prop on McKinney was 25.5 on the over/under. And it was only plus 110 on the over. All right. Hey, maybe I like him more than other people. Maybe.
Jordan Love and Aaron Rodgers have the same agent, by the way. That'll make an interesting night.
Well, maybe Jordan Love signed a contract with State Farm and it was obligated. Maybe that's what it is. Picks in for the Ravens. Let's go, guys. Shit, off the pot. Oh, there's the curse from a Fantasy Alarm member. Check that one off on your contest, people.
If you're playing at home, there it goes.
There it is. And I'll tell you flat out, I have no Red Bull. You will not see them.
And I have not been musical yet.
No, but I'm sure you could bust out a song for us. But it has to be of your own volition, doesn't it?
It has to feel motivated. And, hasn't felt motivated so far.
Really? There's plenty to sing about in this draft. I'm digging on this. When will Jordan Love be drafted? Over 13.5 was minus 145. So that hit. I'm loving these. Come on. I can't find my wide receiver total number of prop.
I can't. 6.5 sounded right.
6.5 did sound right.
That's Patrick Queen.
And
Patrick Queen. We got that one, team. We swept.
They're pretty psyched about that. All right, let's see some of these other prop.
Great fit.
What's that?
It was a great fit for Queen, so that's not surprising. I guess the Titans now
could go offensive line.
Titans should go.
Who's the best pass rusher on the board, Jeff?
I got to look down a little bit further on my list. I don't.
Not great value.
Gross Matos and Epinesa are still out there. Terrell Lewis, I think, is still out there.
I'm surprised Fulton's still on the board.
Me too. I can't believe he's still on the board.
Yeah.
Maybe Cowboys can still get him. or Xavier McKinney.
Jim was talking about Trevon Diggs also in the second round.
That would work. Jeff, I think they've been talking to Jeff Gladney actually a little bit too.
Very nice. See, you gotta love the tail end of the draft. It's getting all quiet. Defensive players. There's no excitement. I kind of feel like this is.
We kind of dug through that middle range, and I mean, it was very exciting. The 6 wide receivers going off in that tight little bunch. But now I'm wondering, maybe we'll still see Swift go off. The Dolphins will be up here in a pick, and maybe we see that then. Beyond that, I don't.
Yeah. Now we see a running back go here with Miami or Kansas City. That's the.
Well, yeah, Kansas City seems possible for a running back. Jeff Ratcliffe, you buying into any of the talk about Kansas City maybe going for the guy that would surprise everyone, Clyde
Edwards-Helaire?
Yeah.
I don't think that pick would make a lot of sense, but I think that, at this point, Andy Reid historically always kind of had that one guy, and then he showed last year that he doesn't necessarily need that. So I think they have bigger needs, especially at cornerback. I mean, if Fulton continues to slip, that would probably be the pick, to wrap things up here today. Would make the most sense, at least.
Yeah, it seems like Edwards-Helaire is a guy that they kind of already have anyway. Or, maybe not the same level, but similar players.
Well, Minnesota could take a corner, right? At 31?
Yeah, they could.
Yeah, definitely.
There are 2 corners back on the board, though. At least first-round talent corners, because Johnson's still on the board as well.
Yeah, Jalen Johnson.
Oh, Jalen Johnson.
Yeah.
Fulton's still on the board. Diggs.
Terrell.
Terrell was picked.
Yeah, Terrell's gone.
He was?
Oh, and there it is right there. Right? Jen tries to draft a player already taken. We've seen this in fantasy drafts all over the place. Way to go, Jen.
A reaction video. Look.
Have another beer, Jen. Good job.
It is Tequila Thursday. I learned that from Brad.
She showed up here without her magazine or a pen or paper. She's bugging people for pen and paper and stuff.
She stole Lambert's tank top too.
Oh, goodness gracious. Goodness gracious. Yeah, see, that's the way this tail end of this draft is going. We're just like, come on!
Well, I mean, honestly, I kind of feel like from a fantasy perspective, a lot of the excitement's over. I mean, we'll see, hopefully see a running back go, but I think that little run we got in the middle of round 1 was the bulk of it, right? Not that it was bad, I just done.
Not that there was anything wrong with it.
And the lineman picks are not sexy, but they help in fantasy.
Right. Yeah, they matter.
I'll tell you flat out, my opinion does not change about Derrick Henry if they take an offensive lineman right here.
And what is your opinion?
I'd take him in the tail end of that first round. He's not one of my absolute favorites. He's not. I think I rank him more towards the back end of the top 10 as opposed to the front end.
8.
I'm at 7.
Probably about that. Okay.
After Mixon or before?
After for me.
After for me as well. If Mixon doesn't hold out, which
Adam,
he could.
Mixon for now.
Titans pick is in. Tighten up, guys.
They're showing Vrabel, and I think Vrabel and the Titans have all frozen.
Yeah. So we get the technical difficulty hitting late, right?
Oh, there it is. Well, but I think the problem is any of the draftees.
Oh, was it draftees?
Yeah. Because I definitely would have said yes to it being a drafter, knowing that Jerry was all by himself. Even though it wasn't him, I still would have done it.
The pick is in.
Oh, by the way, did you guys all see that the Jets took an offensive lineman?
They did.
Leaving CeeDee Lamb for the Dallas Cowboys.
Did you see his comments about the Jets?
Whose comments? Becton's?
Yeah.
Oh, what'd he say?
He's like, yeah, they've had Brett Favre play for them, LaDainian Tomlinson.
Steeped in the history of the franchise.
Rex Ryan once coached them.
Ouch.
They had the guy who likes the feet. What's his name?
All right, let's see.
You know what? He's following some good offensive linemen from the past, recent past. DeBrickashaw.
Isaiah Wilson is the pick.
Isaiah Wilson.
Okay.
Well,
no harm, no foul.
He's crying. He's crying, but you know what? Sorry, the only prop was the first pick of the draft going to cry.
Well,
yeah, no.
Replacement for Conklin.
Yeah.
First pick of the draft acted like he won a $5 scratcher.
No, he didn't even win. He got like a free ticket.
Yeah, there's like, ooh.
Burrow's like, yep, I know.
Didn't even go to the cigar.
Like, yep. Been there, done that.
All right. So then it comes down to Miami. They got a big whopping 7. So it's Miami and Kansas City. That's what we're looking at?
DeAndre Swift's house with him, socially distanced, but ready to celebrate.
So you're pretty sold on it being DeAndre Swift. I mean, I
Swift
as well, but
it's totally, hoped for. I mean, honestly, it just, all due respect to Jordan Howard, I'd like to see an exciting playmaker there over the course of time.
Yeah.
And all due respect to those other fantastic Patrick Laird, Myles Gaskins. They're amazing. Kalen Ballage. Just never happened for that kid sometimes.
All right. Well, so now we just sit and we bide our time. We look at the prop bets. Anybody here play that? I asked the other crew. Anybody play that SiriusXM Fantasy Bingo they had going on there?
I did not actually play the bingo, although I did see it. I'm not really sure of the rules of bingo. I've never played it before.
You don't know the rules of bingo?
No, I know the song.
I'm not singing it. You can't trick me into it.
I set you up.
Not doing it.
Set you up for
you
that.
You can tee it up. I'm not going to do it.
Damn it.
He's baiting you. He's baiting you. Well, apparently I'm looking at their bingo game right now. There's a couple of X's in there, which means that those are obviously never going to happen. And so it's almost looking like technical difficulties and 4 QBs taken in the first round are the only things that can help this card. That doesn't sound so good. That's not too positive.
Mm-mm.
No. Should have come up with a different game. Like our prop game, I want to go through that. I can't find my prop contest. Anybody know where it is? Anyone? Bueller?
Nope.
All right, let me go to fantasyalarm.com/ what was it? Draft contest? I think that was the link. That is the link. All right.
Yes.
Let's check some stuff off here. Here we go. Howard Bender drinks a Red Bull visibly during the live stream. False.
Does this go through tomorrow night?
No, this is false. This is first. Well, I guess some of it goes through tomorrow night. So I guess
so there's still time.
We're in a holding pattern there.
We're in a holding pattern.
False. Ronis rocks the ponytail on the live stream. That's already happened. That is true.
But what if I change it tomorrow?
You still rocked it
you
tonight.
You still have already
kid.
done it.
Okay.
Jen Piacenti breaks into song unprompted on the live stream. Not happened yet.
Not yet.
One of the Fantasy Alarm team curses on the live stream.
I did it just before, though.
Yeah, but you're honorary. Don't worry. I said shit earlier, so I just want to make sure that happens.
I would never curse on a live stream.
All right. One of the draftees will experience technical difficulties. We have not seen that tonight. The greatest number of people shown with a draftee. What are you pointing at?
A dog on an exercise ball. It was really cute. It was a beagle, and he was like I'm watching ABC.
Oh.
Sorry.
It's okay.
It was definitely the best TV so far.
Oh.
The dog.
Greatest number of people shown with a draftee will be 10 or more. We have not seen 10 or more yet. Total number of draftees shown with dogs will be 4 or more. I don't know if we're at that yet. I think we're on the under. One of the draftees will be shown with their cat. That did happen.
That happened.
That did happen. One of the draftees will put on the wrong team hat. That did not happen.
I don't think so.
One of the draftees will drink on the air. Well, see, now here's the question. That leaves it kind of open. I saw somebody take a sip out of something, but it wasn't like popping bottles of champagne. No? No one? All right.
So did we have Bob Harris demonstrates semi-inappropriate desires for Melvin Gordon's body?
We did not have that as a.
We can add that.
I mean, that's like a given, though. That's a given. Does Bob like cats?
I mean,
Does
Rashad
Bob,
Jennings
does Bob love Melvin Gordon?
But
all right, going through here. Will the number one pick will first hug mom, dad, girlfriend, wife, friend, sibling? None of the above. None of the above.
None of the above. I'm not sure he hugs.
The number of trades made in the first round will be 8 or more. What do we get? 4? 3?
I think it's less than 8, but
I think it's been 4.
Okay. The Dolphins will draft a quarterback or a running back with one of their first-round picks. That's already happened.
The pick is in for the Dolphins. Maybe both.
I'm on the edge of my seat. My seat.
So we got a quarterback. We got his protection. Now what are we getting?
Could be McKinney.
That would be a good pick.
You know, when you say the pick is in, can we just go to the pick? Like, why do I have to sit here now for 10 minutes and vamp with you knuckleheads and just wait for this pick to come in? I mean knuckleheads in a very loving way, by the way.
We understand.
I know. Come on, guys. Let's get it together.
Get all the Dolphins fans here. They're all ready. Let's go.
Going back here, 3 quarterbacks will be
retweeting a fake Ian Rappaport account about Aaron Rodgers. It's already. I mean, people fall for it all the time. They not read the handle.
Wait, what happened?
There's a fake Ian Rappaport tweet that everyone's retweeting, saying sources close to Aaron Rodgers say he's beside himself about the team's decision. He feels pain.
Well, it's not wrong.
Yeah, but everyone's thinking like it's real. I'm sure he's saying it, but not
Tim Cowlishaw responded to it also when he retweeted it. Wow, I see it now. At Ultra Tough Scene.
Right, it's like read it before Now watch, I'll get duped tomorrow, and you guys will make fun.
Can we go back to what was going on at Mike Vrabel's house, though?
What was up with the dude with the mullet?
And what was up with the other dude in the onesie? I don't know what was going on there. He looked like something out of an old Woody Allen movie. I don't know.
Oh, was there someone in the background in the bathroom or something that they caught in there too? It looks like someone is taking a
It's like,
you see it?
Yes, now that you mention it, it's worth a closer look.
Wait, whose house was that?
Vrabel's.
Assuming it's his house.
He seems like a fun-loving fellow. I'm not surprised. Yeah, Matt Harmon sees it, our friend, Yahoo. That's definitely a guy pooping over the bodysuit guy's right shoulder.
Of course,
draft,
Reese is right on that shot.
All right, well, here we go. We're going to get the Dolphins pick finally. It's only been in for 20 minutes now.
We're going to be really disappointed when it's not a running back when it took this
right?
long.
If it's not Swift, I'm done. I'm walking out. That's it. We're done. Tap it out. Drive me nuts. Come on. Let's go, boys.
I think that's when Jen breaks into song when you walk off, right?
Does Brian Flores look like a psychotic Wayne Brady with no hair? That look on his face.
He knows who he's getting, and we don't.
He's like, I put that pick in like 20 minutes ago, and they still haven't given it to us. Get me my running back. Get me my running back.
I'm with Jeff Ratcliffe on this one, though. I'm Brian Flores fan, man. Just getting buy-in on that situation last year was impressive.
Quarterback from Auburn. Noah.
Really?
What is that? Igbinoghene?
Yep.
I was wondering about the pronunciation. Somebody else want to try and pronounce that for me?
I just want to swear.
I'm just saying Noah.
Wow. Look, now this is an excited class. They did not think he was going in the first round. This kid's crying. Yeah.
I'm crying a little bit. Hell, that was a little bit of a letdown.
So what's wrong with Fulton? Why is Fulton dropping like this?
Why is that?
Dun, 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 dun.
I would think him or Jalen Johnson go here, the Minnesota.
Or Gladney from TCU.
Or Gladney.
Gladney hasn't gone either. Minnesota has to, right?
I think we got to go.
You got to go where?
We're gonna go back on air.
Oh, you guys are going back on air? All right.
I think we're going to kill an hour.
Here we go. Enjoy, guys. Thanks so much for tuning into the Fantasy Alarm live stream. Tune into SiriusXM Fantasy Sports Radio for the tail end of this draft. I'm Howard Bender for Jen Piacenti, Adam Ronis, Ratcliffe, and Bob Harris. We are out of here. Thanks for watching. Bye-bye.